We'll just start with a song that was inspired by some experiences that Terence speaks about. We can fly to distant galaxies without any rocket ship. Ride the racing neural pathways of the brain. We can slither with the snakes in the swamps of the primeval jungle, yeah. We can jump through the geometries of the future light sound. Because inner and outer space are exactly the same, yeah. When you start hearing voices speaking inside of your just a bit like you're going insane, yeah, yeah. Inner and outer space are exactly the same. Now we can laugh to ourselves deep within the belly of the beast. We can raise our voices in heated discussion to no avail. Sides of our minds more truly than from the front. Can begin to sense an alien intelligence taking shape from the forward. I said inner and outer space are exactly the same, yeah. When you start hearing voices speaking inside of your brain, yeah. And you might start to feel just a bit like you're going insane. Conspiracies about all the evil in the world. We can theorize and conceptualize till it no longer does us any good. We can cling to our thoughts till we just can't do it anymore. Yeah, yeah. We can check all the excess baggage of our minds at the door. Because inner and outer space are exactly the same.
I want to welcome everybody to the Ojai Foundation. It's lovely to see so many old and new faces. When I was asked to introduce Terence, I wondered what on earth to say. So I thought back to when we first met. And that was at Esalen Institute in the spring of 1983. And I'd been living there for about 9 months, recovering from a nervous breakdown, which occurred here. And I was certainly getting better at that point. I was walking again. And Paul Herbert, who was the sound person at Esalen at that time, said, "Leon, you have to come and do this workshop." I had done absolutely nothing at Esalen except sort of recuperate, and he insisted that I come to your program, so I did. And the program itself is a sort of blur of Maturera, flying saucers, mushrooms, electronic intelligences. It's just a total blur. He spoke. This man spoke for like, I don't know how many hours. And I was, who is this person? I'd never met anybody like this before. The one part of the program that I remember clearly, it's interesting, was in the introductions. You know, everybody goes around and says, why did you come, and that sort of thing. And Kat said something that just stuck with me. And she said, I like his style. And at the time, I thought she was talking about your shades or your socks, you know. But afterwards, you know, I saw more of what she was referring to in a deeper way. And after the program, bag of presents in my hand, and that changed my life. So he's one of those people, very few, a handful of people that I can say have really, I've met at a crossroads of my life. And for that I've always been very grateful. I truly have. So I like your style too. And Terence Mckenna.
Great introduction, man. Well, and a tough act to follow. Before we get into this, what time is lunch, Lola? 1 o'clock? So we'll go till 1?
Or if you want to have time to walk around.
Go till 12:30 then? Good. Can everybody hear in the back without amplification?
Yes.
Good. Well, if I get tired and begin to mumble, why, bring me back up. Yeah. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. This is sort of a nostalgic return. I can't even remember. The last Ojai event was at Camp Shalom. I can't remember. It must have been 3 years since we were all together here under the teaching tree. In some ways, a lot of water over the dam. In other ways, 5 minutes ago. I've just come from 2 days of speaking in Los Angeles to large audiences which demand a sort of formal intensity that you've thankfully relieved me of this morning. I guess well, how many people are familiar with my books or have been to workshops in the past? Is there anybody who's just utterly unfamiliar? Aha. Okay. Well, so we'll work from that benchmark out. I never imagined that I would end up sitting in this position and pontificating on the nature of life and history and global human destiny. I started out simply with a love of nature. I was persecuted as a child in my physical education classes, so I spent a lot of time on my own, and I grew up in western Colorado where there is a lot of exposed sedimentary rock, and some of it has dinosaurs pressed into it. And I could always feel these dinosaurs. The largest dinosaur ever found was found a few years ago near Delta, Colorado, about 30 miles from where I grew up. And all the time I was growing up, I knew that sucker was out there. But I could never walk to it. If I could have, probably my career would have taken a different turn. But my interest in fossils, I remember I had an uncle who gave me a book when I was about 8 years old of fossils. And it had one of those charts in the front of it where it shows 5 billion years, and then the last half inch is expanded to the next column, and then the last half inch is expanded to the next column. And so I saw that human history was a hairline crack at the bottom of the column furthest to the right. And I got the concept of how old, not the universe, but the Earth is. And it was a dizzying perspective. The town I grew up in, if you read Time magazine, you were persecuted as a left-wing intellectual. The town I grew up in once made it into Ripley's Believe It or Not as a place that had more Christian churches per capita than any town of its size in the United States. This was a town of 1,600 people with 42 Christian churches thriving. When I was a kid, I thought street corners were for churches. I didn't know you could have buildings on street corners that weren't churches. And I would go up these dry arroyos with my rock pick, looking for fossil shells and dinosaur bones and this sort of thing, brachiopods. And in the solitude, because I would often not be able to con my little friends into attending me, because they learned quickly that it was hotter out there than decent people could tolerate. And also, I have to confess, whenever I invited someone to come along, it was with the thought that they would carry back the specimens. So they were essentially pack burros for my fossil expeditions. And then I had an uncle who was an old rock hound, and he introduced me to the concept of not splitting apart strata to see ancient forms of life, but slicing rocks up and polishing them to reveal the light and the color and sometimes the crystal cavities that were hidden inside them. And so very early on I got this idea that the surface of things is not where attention should rest, that you have to, as Ahab tells Starbuck in Moby Dick, you have to seek the little lower layer. And under the surface of things is another reality, a reality that reaches, in some cases, back to the birth of the planet, practically, or in other cases, in other dimensions. I had a fixation with meteorites at one time, and butterflies, and rocketry, and all of these things were about a certain thrill, a certain iridescence that could be coaxed out of physical phenomena if you would not just simply dismiss them and pass over them. And as a little kid, I had very bad eyes. I still do, but I wear contact lenses. But at that time, I wore very thick bifocal lenses. And my mother, bless her heart, who was cut from somehow different cloth than all the people around me, read Aldous Huxley's book, The Art of Seeing, which I had an occasion to look at it in the past year, and I was amazed how much of my own attitude toward life is contained in this fairly trivial book. You know, Huxley had terrible eyes, too, and he discovered the so-called Batesian method of eye exercises and eye health, which at that time, we're talking 1954 or so, was completely sky blue crackpot type stuff. I mean, this was the Eisenhower era. And the exercises that I learned when my mother took me to this, I guess you would say, Batesian therapist, were exercises in attention to the exterior world. And then the other form of exercise was what the rest of American society wasn't going to encounter for 15 years and then would encounter as Buddhist visualization. But for us, it was just close your eyes and the therapist would create capsules in the air through narrative. And it was an eye exercise. And so it introduced me to the idea of sitting still and watching what's going on behind closed eyelids. What fascinated me about the butterflies was the physical iridescence, which in the northern hemisphere is fairly rare in butterflies. You only get it in these little blue lysinias that you see fluttering around mud puddles in dry areas. I've seen them here. But of course in the tropics, iridescence becomes a more generalized phenomenon, not only in butterflies, but in beetles as well. And I had the ability to fixate on these things, could spend hours with a single pyrite crystal or a single beetle carcass, just turning it over and looking at it. And then at some point, again, Huxley keeps coming back into this. I decided that I would become a writer, not because I loved writing particularly, but because I admired all the attention that great writers seem to have heaped upon them, which was something that I, as a goggle-eyed weirdo, was not getting much of. And so then the name Huxley recurred again, and I started reading through all of those novels, the social novels, you know, Antique and Chrome Yellow, After Many a Summer Dies the Swan, and all the rest of it, Apenescence. And finally, I came to a work of nonfiction by Huxley, The Doors of Perception and Heaven and Hell. This was by now probably 1958. I was 14 years old. And in that book, Huxley, the quintessential English academic establishment intellectual, describes his confrontations with mescaline and what it meant to him. And it was fascinating to me because previously all I had ever known or heard about drugs was what I had learned from reading Huxley's novel, Brave New World, which is a pharmacological dystopia, if there ever was one, and has lots to say to society today, I think. If you haven't read it, I recommend it to you. If you have read it, you recall that it was a society of people, perfect people, grown in vats, who died early, but who never lost the bloom of their youth, who were herd-minded, driven by advertising, and entirely dependent for their happiness and psychic equilibrium on a drug called soma. And they had little advertising slogans which they would repeat by rote if anyone displayed inappropriate anger or emotion. A gram is better than a dam, they would tell someone who displayed public anger. So it made drugs sound like a fairly dubious proposition. And then here is this same author writing of mescaline and reaching for metaphors drawn from Meister Eckhart, St. John of the Cross, John Chrysostom, comparing the light falling into the folds of his trousers to the light of Caravaggio and Duccio and Fra Angelico. And I was amazed. I had never heard such carryings on. Well, now, if you go back and look at the Doors of Perception, you realize that this was not an extravagant telling of the nature of the psychedelic dimension. It was, in fact, a fairly conservative rendering, a description of low-dose, eyes-open, thoughty psychedelic voyaging. I mean, it's been a long, long time since I've set a stack of Abrams art books by my left knee before I take a psychedelic. But back then, that was how it was done. You looked at the visible world. Well, so then, around this time, there began to be alarmist articles in the press about the abuse of blue morning glory seeds by some of the more crazed and unassimilated members of American society. And I immediately tore out and purchased a couple of packets of blue morning glory seeds, and then noticed that the leaves imprinted in the fabric of the drapes in the living room all seemed to have little faces and were dancing. This was, in fact, clearly the intent of the designer, but something that in all the years of living around these ratty drapes I had never noticed. And then I began to look at everything around me and discovered that this affinity for looking into things that my rock hunting, butterfly collecting habits had instilled in me had become like turbocharged. And swimming in the depths of polished stones, ponds, the ditch running down the back of the backyard were myriads of worlds. And I went outside and I was looking around at everything, and then I just felt physically overcome. My knees basically gave way underneath me, and I sat down under a tree and I closed my eyes. And my life has never been the same since, because there, waiting behind closed eyelids, were, ruined cities covered with creeping jeweled lichens and inhabited by shining-eyed creatures that were, I was not sure exactly what, and much, much more. And I just spent a half hour or so literally entranced, gazing into this unfolding reverie of deserts, jungles, machines, archaeological artifactoria, machines in orbit around alien worlds, all of this stuff. And I was stunned. I still am stunned. And that essentially set the compass for the rest of my intellectual life. I didn't understand really what had happened. In other words, I didn't clearly get it that this was a trip and that it was induced by the psychedelic. I understood something of that, but I thought also it must be unique. It must be my mood, my expectation. Or surely this cannot happen on demand through the simple act of eating morning glory seeds being sold at 35 cents a pack down at the hardware store. And so then I began to ask questions, and I quickly discovered that was a mistake. So I went back to Huxley and read more carefully, saw that he was working from the earlier work of Havelock Ellis, Weir Mitchell, Fitzhugh Ludlow. It turned out that there was this whole tradition, albeit an underground tradition, in Western intellectual or aesthetic concerns based around the perturbation of consciousness with substances. Coleridge comes to mind as an example, and you may know his poem Kubla Khan. Kubla Khan was written in a flash, basically, based on an opium reverie. Coleridge was an aficionado of laudanum, which was a tinctured form of opium that had a great vogue in the 19th century. Well, I knew nothing about opium or laudanum or the style of the 19th century English intelligentsia, but in the lines of Kubla Khan, I could feel this same siren song of iridescence that had been in the pyrite crystals, in the butterfly wings, in the beetle bodies. Here, let's go out on a limb and really take a chance here. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alph the sacred river ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. So twice 5 miles of fertile ground, with walls and towers girdled round, and there blossomed many an incense-bearing tree. 5 miles meandering with a mazy motion, the sacred river ran. And it goes on, and then it says, it was a miracle of rare device, a sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice. And that notion, not the sunny pleasure dome itself, but the notion of a sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice introduced me to the concept of what is called in alchemy coincidentia oppositorum, where two things which are mutually exclusive are juxtaposed in a way which creates a shock in the mind, a poetic shock that is then potentially memorable. Years later, I used this effect to title my books. So that's why you get The Invisible Landscape, True Hallucination. See, this is all hideously contrived. Well, eventually, and after many adventures too painful to recall, I ended up at Berkeley in the fall of 1965, which was an incredibly, probably the most together thing I've ever achieved with my life in terms of timing, because I was neither early nor late. I was not 10 miles off or 1,000 miles off. I was dead on. I was right at the very center of the flowering of the Cultural Revolution that is now vilified and fondly recalled as the 1960s. And I was living in a ratty rooming house in San Francisco that summer before going over to Berkeley. And there was a guy living across the hall from me who replaced all the white light bulbs in his apartment with red light bulbs and painted his windows black and played the major chords of Freight Train on his slack guitar over and over again. And he went on to glory as Barry Melton, the lead guitarist of Country Joe and the Fish. And I didn't know it, but at the time they were in the studio laying down the tracks for electric music for the mind and the body, which was one of the defining freak albums of that era. And he introduced me to the joys of cannabis, and further to something called Sandoz LSD, which was going around in these little tiny 00 capsules. And it was as if the previous Morning Glory vision had now been lifted to a whole other level of intensity. And everyone around me was undergoing these kinds of experiences. And there was a sense of incredibly accelerated change. You could palpably feel the acceleration of change. It seemed to be in the water, in the air. Once I moved to Berkeley, I noticed that the large billboard that they changed over Telegraph Avenue every 30 days contained cryptic messages that were inevitably addressed to me and my affinity group. In short, serious boundary dissolution and category enscramblement was creeping into my mental universe. And then, after about 6 months of this, I had a very strange friend who lived in Palo Alto. He still is my great inspiration. I wish I could coax him into public display, because he's the real Terence Mckenna. But if you're the real Terence Mckenna, you have too much good taste to ever do what I did. So, but he came to me. His style was to get there first, whatever it was, to do it, to reject it, and to be absolutely contemptuous of it by the time anybody else even arrived at the scene of the crime. So in early 1967, he came to my house in Berkeley one rainy February night, and he said, something you might be interested in. And I said, what's that? And he said, this is a material that has been boosted from an Army research project being run down at SRI, and someone managed to get a 50-gallon drum of this material out of the inventory without anybody knowing. And I said, what is it? And he said, it's called DMT. And I said, it's a psychedelic drug, right? And he said, right. And I said, how long does it last? And he said, 3 minutes. And I said, no problem, bring it on. Because after all, I had been assaulted by Life magazine on the subject of LSD, and I had gotten that under my belt, and I was by now relatively sophisticated about cannabis. I figured there were probably no more frontiers to cross. And so we sat down then and there and did it. And about 15 seconds after toking up on this stuff, I found myself plunged into an elf nest somewhere on the other side of the universe. In other words, there were, and thank God no one fills in for me because they know it so well, jeweled self-dribbling basketballs. Did I get it right? bejeweled self-dribbling basketballs that came bounding toward me from all corners of this domed underground space. Well, I had been used to hallucinations, acceleration of thought, funny ideas, strange insights, hysterical waves of giggling, so forth and so on. I had never seen anything like what I was now face to face with. And also, whatever this substance was, it didn't affect me. It didn't affect my perception of who I was. In other words, it seemed to me that the drug wasn't working. It was simply that the world had disappeared and been replaced by something else. And I was still who I had been a few moments before, except now I was fairly alarmed by what had just happened to the architecture and geography of Southern Telegraph Avenue. And these things, there was an overwhelming sense of affection, involvement, a sense that I hadn't experienced since being 6 years old and being released on Christmas morning to run out to the Christmas tree. And there was a sense of childlike innocence under conditions of extraordinary alienness and unfoldment. And just, I was boggled, the mind boggled. I at last understood the real meaning of this new cliche at that time. And these things were making objects with their voices. They were singing in this unearthly, crystalline, punning, elf chatter kind of language. But it was not something simply heard. It was something which I could see. I could see syntax unfolding like ribbons being spewed out of machines, shooting across my visual field, rolling into balls, condensing as objects with rotating crystalline facets and machined interiors of gold and ivory and chrysolite. And these objects were themselves emitting strange, singing, language-like noises. And the whole thing was happening at an enormous speed, almost like a Bugs Bunny cartoon run backwards at about 3 times ordinary speed. Well, I barely had time to take all of this in and, assure myself that I wasn't dying before it collapsed. The way a tent collapses, the way an ice cream cone melts, the way an erection disappears, the way an investment goes bad. It just was gone. And my friend, I was sitting there, I opened my eyes, and my friend said, "So what do you think?" And I was stunned. I've never actually seen it hit anybody quite as hard as it hit me. For about 15 minutes, all I could say was, "I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe that. I can't believe that." You call that a drug? You must be nuts. Drugs don't do that. I mean, drugs speed you up, slow you down, make you fall down, stuff like that. This is no drug. It's magic. It masquerades as a drug. It's a doorway into another world. I kept having the image of Aladdin's lamp, my favorite fairy tale, and I felt like Aladdin. You buy something in a junk shop, you take it home, you try to clean it up. The next thing you know, a flame a mile high pours out and demands to do your bidding. That was the impression I had. And it's the impression I still have, that must have been early 1966, 66, 76, 86. What is it? 36 years ago? That's not possible. 26 years ago. Nothing has particularly changed. Nothing has ever surpassed it. And for me, that was the moment that set my auto compass for life. I mean, I said, this I must understand. Not only did my mother not tell me and my father not tell me, but Aldous Huxley never told me, and neither did John of the Cross, and neither did Meister Eckhart. All those people were apparently flying at a lower altitude than I, 19-year-old brat in ratty rented room, have been able to achieve in the last 15 minutes. And so then I began to look for this, or for some trace of it, in the history of human philosophy, in the history of art, in ethnography, everywhere, and I really didn't find it. And I really still don't find it, except there are certain faint footprints in the blowing sand of human experience that if you've seen the vision, you can follow these footprints back to something like this source. First of all, I went to the library. None of the heads that I knew could make any sense out of this at all. For them, LSD defined the top of the ladder. Well, with this stuff, LSD and being at the local PTA meeting down seemed to be two states of mind which merged together on some distant horizon of straightness. So I went to the library and began reading more intensively in a more focused fashion. And I learned that in South America there were tribes of people who apparently utilized plants that had this stuff in it. Now, at that time, this was 67, this was new information that had arrived in the domain of botanical scholarship really in the previous 5 to 10 years through the work of people like Richard Evans Schultes at Harvard and William Safford and other people had described this chemical as being present in these aboriginal intoxicants. So far as I could tell, no academic had ever done it because no description matched what I had experienced. And when I discussed this with my friend who had brought me to this place, he said that he felt that probably it was impossible to attain these kinds of concentrations outside the laboratory. And so that meant, if true, that these shamanic practitioners and societies that were utilizing this were utilizing it, but that they themselves had no real awareness of what it was potentially like when concentrated through modern analytical and laboratory techniques. So it really wasn't a choice. I mean, I guess that's what it's like when you get your calling. It's just a little hard for me to imagine that, being a CPA or city planner or something like that could seize you by the ears with the kind of intensity that this seized me. I mean, I said, I've got to understand this stuff. This is the most amazing thing. And the second most amazing thing was that nobody seemed to know about it. I mean, I couldn't understand why there weren't 11-inch high headlines on every newspaper on the planet saying, you know, doorway to hyperspace discovered, elf negotiations proceeding, something like that. No, apparently it was a private mystery, or known but to a very few. And I immediately, after coming down, was seized by an absolutely messianic desire to expose other people to this and see what they said, because it just seemed so important to share it. So that's basically what I've been doing ever since, and trying to draw conclusions, trying to understand what is this, number one, how is it that it can coexist with the world of George Bush and not be discussed or not be part of the mix of social concerns. I mean, after all, we're a society where people jump out of airplanes on weekends because their lives are so boring and empty. Well, then, if you think jumping out of an airplane is a thrill to write home about, you should try this stuff. No one would jump out of an airplane if they had DMT on their menu. But no, apparently it isn't about that. Well, then I came to feel that it is, and I still sometimes offhandedly refer to it like this, that it is secret. It is not a secret. It is the secret. There is a secret, and this is it. It is the secret that the world is not only not the way you think it is, it's that the way the world is a way that you can't think it is, because you simply do not have the imaginative capacity to conceive of such overwhelming peculiarity. And how this secret is able to coexist with the rest of mundane reality, maintain its integrity, and not become the object of pogrom, religion, hysteria, and repression is part of the mystery of what the secret is. You see, a secret is not something untold. It's something which can't be told. And even as I sit here, I realize that I'm obliquely approaching it. No matter how weird I say it is, no matter what scintillating metaphor I create to attempt to beguile you into imagining what you can't imagine, I'm perfectly aware that I'm falling short of the goal. I'm creating a symbol of what it is. But frankly, words fail, and I'm a word kind of guy. So then, the rest of my life can be basically poured into a nutshell. It's just been a lot of wandering around in various fringy places, talking to a lot of fringy people, and trying to figure out what is the real importance of this for me personally, because that's where I'm living, obviously, and for everybody else, because I assume that there is absolutely nothing extraordinary about me. I didn't have these experiences because I'm in the lineage of Ramana Maharshi or some malarkey like that. I had that experience because I'm a human being. And every human being can have this experience. The only analogy I can make to it is sexuality. I notice that no one here seems to be having sex at the moment. but we all are shaped by it. Probably this is something so taboo and not necessarily scripted into your biological functioning the way sex is, so taboo that you can go from birth to the grave and never encounter this. Not only can you do that, but most people do. And throughout history, most people have. They never had an inkling. You know, they may have set armies marching, they may have launched empires, they may have built fantastic inventions, painted amazing paintings, created phenomenal works of literature, but they were wet behind the ears when it comes to the full spectrum of reality, because without this in the picture, half the world is missing. Well, so then, how to come to terms with this? What is it? The answer is, who knows? We're not doing a very good job of coming to terms with this. Governments inveigh against drugs of all sorts, but largely because these things are sources of difficult-to-tax revenue. It's not the metaphysical concern for the health of your teleological structures that drives the government to repress these things. It's simply the wish not to be chiseled on, essentially. So there it is, sideways to the rest of life. Huxley once said of the psychedelic experience generally that it was what he called a gratuitous grace. He said it is neither necessary nor sufficient for salvation. In other words, salvation can be attained without these things, whatever salvation is. Discovering, using, and exploring these things does not guarantee you a place in heaven either, whatever a place in heaven means. However, this is a part of this world that you would think the restless intellectual curiosity of human beings would have brought into a little more close focus than we apparently have. I now, from having spent a lifetime grappling with all this and creating chemical strategies to approach it, intellectual strategies, social strategies, see that this, I think, is what lies behind the pale reflections which it emanates, which we call religions, mystical ecstasies, great works of art, flights of poetic fantasy, perhaps orgasm itself, perhaps the mysteries which lie beyond the grave. All of these things are constellated around that experience, that vista, as the most quintessential distillation of whatever it is these other things bear within themselves in small portions. It's the nexus of beauty and peculiarity and transformational alienness in our lives, in the nexus that the human body and its perceptual engagement with the world represents. And in spite of, turning a lot of people on to this, learning that, it was actually an item of commerce at one point in the underground, in spite of spending time with the Amazonian tribes that use it, in spite of attempting to go back through the art historical record of many cultures and finding traces of this, to this moment, I still think that it is relatively unscathed by mine and everybody else's meager efforts to understand it and assimilate it. It is impossible. It's as impossible this morning as it was that rainy evening 26 years ago. It is the thing which can't exist, and yet which does, and which therefore destroys the central premise not only of our culture, but of culture, period. Because the central premise of culture is we know enough about the world to know what we're doing. We don't. We apparently have not sufficiently explored the natural environment, and when we do, if we can create linguistic engines of description of sufficient robustness, we will then be able to begin to map this thing, which is, Anna Goglin and cattywampus to ordinary experience, and seems perfectly content to remain there. Most recently, in my book, Food of the Gods, I argue that psilocybin, which turns out to be a relative of DMT, a structural relative, but a far more manageable experience in its content, except at very high doses, that psilocybin may lie in our past in a relationship to the evolution of consciousness such that it's not unreasonable to claim it as the cause of the emergence of self-reflection in the human species. Somehow, this is this state of being, the DMT flash, let's just label it that way, this state of being is the attractor for our movement forward into the future. All of human civilization is an attempt to download into brick, stucco, concrete, glass, plastic, so forth and so on, some intimation of what is glimpsed in that domain. It is not unitary. It is not related to all the white things that various mystical traditions orient themselves toward, the white light, the white this, the white that. It is not void consciousness. It is more the plurabilities, or as Joyce would say, the pluralities. It is all and everything, not merged into a unitary whole, but somehow maintaining their unique self-consistency. It is confounding of all intellectual description that human beings have carried on to this point. And I think that in the form of psilocybin, it probably shaped the emergence of language and self-reflection in our species as we separated ourselves out of the hominid line, the family of advanced primates, that we were one of several members within that family. And instead, we have been drawn into history by the presence of this possibility, this experience. One of the little bumper sticker slogans that I'm fond of repeating is, history is the shock wave of eschatology. Well, eschatology is, first of all, not even a word most people are familiar with in the secular society that we're living in. What is eschatology? What is the eschaton? It refers to final things, the last things. And to say that history is the shock wave of eschatology means that, like the ripples on a pond that precede the breaking of the water's surface by some enormous form moving under the water, history is the agitation of organic nature that occurs for a geological microsecond, say 25,000 years, before the eschatonic object emerges. What is the eschatonic object? Language fails. It can't be told of. It is the thing which cannot be described, which can be analogically apprehended. It's what we offer sacrifice to. It's what we fear. It's what we desire. It is the quintessential union of opposites, not a pair of opposites, but all opposites are unified in the eschaton. For Christianity, it's the second coming of Christ. For Buddhism, it is Shunyata. For Islam, it is the coming of the Imam. For the Jains, it's the return of the Tirthankara. All religions have been culturally defined responses to the sense of the presence of the eschaton in a higher dimension of some sort, drawing us out of biological organization and into a relationship with it, subsumed in its nature. And one thing I've become convinced of over years of diddling with this is that the eschaton is impatient. It is not content to exert steady pressure. It pulls us toward itself with ever greater appetite for merging, for final dissolution of boundaries, to the point that history, which, as I said, is this why, the extraction of resources, the rise in populations, the spread of electronic media, these things cannot be extrapolated thousands of years into the future. There is no time left. So impatient is the eschaton for the final unification in concrescence that all the rest of the history of the universe is going to be compressed into a few decades. This is why religions, many of them, in a fearsome resistance to logical necessity, have insisted that the end of the world is a nearby and reasonably on-schedule proposition. It's because it is, it turns out. Now, some people find this tremendously unlikely and resist the notion of the end of the world as even a possibility. But, we've all been fond of repeating, or it's a cliche of the overeducated, to say ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. You all know what this means, right? Yes? No? No? Oh, it means that if you look at the development of a fetus in the 9 months from fertilization to birth, ontogeny is what that's called, it recapitulates phylogeny. That means that the entire history of the evolution of life on the planet is reflected in the fetus. It goes from being a little free-swimming thing to being a fish-like thing, to being a reptile, to being an amphibian, to being like a mouse or a squirrel, and then it finally flowers into the great and glorious human form. Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. Well, if that's true, then the end of the world as conceived of by these religions should be of secondary interest to you, It's already decided that your world is going to end with spectacular finality, because what awaits each and every one of us is the yawning grave. That's probably a place to take a hit for sure. So if you think the yawning grave is means you go on to the menu for nematodes, and that's it, that would be probably a fairly dreary perspective to contemplate. But if you believe that the eschaton is what is driving the historical process, then suddenly death begins to look potentially more interesting. If ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, then it is perfectly reasonable to expect the end of the human world at some point. And if you grant that it's going to occur at some point, suddenly the winds of logic are blowing strong at your back when you look at the current state of things to suppose it can't be that far away, because we have painted ourselves into a pretty hellacious corner at this point by the untrammeled expression of Christer cupidity in modern science over the past 1,000 years. So now what we have is, a ruined atmosphere, a poisoned ocean, the spread of incurable epidemic diseases that use our sexuality as the carrier, knot-headed political theories that are utterly bankrupt, an economic system that is now devouring its own flesh in an effort to keep the cycle of consumption and production going just 10 or 15 more years before we pay the piper. In other words, we are burning down our house, so it wouldn't be too irrational to suggest that soon we'll be homeless. And that's the situation we occupy vis-a-vis the eschaton. We have burned down our house. It must be God's way of telling us that we're about to move on. And the question is, move on where? Move on how? Well, I don't really have the answers to those questions, but I see that it's not necessary to have the answer to those questions, because the time which separates us from merging with the transcendental object at the end of time is a time of such compressed novelty and such concrescent connectedness that more stuff, more events are going to occur in the next 30 years than have occurred in the previous 30,000 years. We are only 20 years from the end of history, but we're only halfway through it. The rest of history is going to have to squeeze itself in to the next 20 years. The appetite for transcendence that locked on to our quietly fruit-eating, fornicating ancestors in the canopies of the African rainforest, that quality that drew us forth into poetry, religion, theater, dance, science, obstetric gynecology, you name it, that force is now drawing us beyond the models that our language can sustain. The mystery which we used to speculate as to whether or not it even existed is now gone from a tiny speck in the eye of science's cheerfully rationalistic maps of reality to a planet-sized object on a collision course with our entire world. We are going down the novelty well. The speed of the descent now contains such kinetic energy that no power in the universe could deflect us from the destiny that we have collectively and incrementally over the millennia chosen. We have shut off all other avenues. This is now what it will be, the confrontation with the other, the conjunctio with the unspeakable alien force that we have been mirroring in our bodies, our language, our art, our magic, our dreams, our hopes for 50,000 to 100,000 years now. And I now see this tremendously intense DMT-type vista that I described to you at the beginning of this rap. I now see not what it is in the sense of its being unleashed, but I see what it is in the sense of how it could happen. It is simply that because we are animals on one level, evolution, in order to preserve our animal bodies, concentrated our consciousness in three-dimensional space and time, because that's where saber-toothed tigers, marauding neighbors, and other real-time, real-space dangers can be expected to lurk. But what happens when you perturb the physical brain with near cousins of ordinary neurotransmitters, what happens can essentially be described in geometric terms. You are literally, the mind consciousness unfolds itself from the three-dimensional locus of evolutionary paranoia into a higher dimensional intellectual superspace, which is what Plato called or had in mind when he said time is the moving image of eternity. We are locked down into a point on the conveyor belt of time until we pharmacologically unlock from our place in the linear progression of things and instead rise above the plane of happenstance, and then we see what we never saw before, where the rivers run, where the mountains lie, where the watershed actually causes the psychic and sophic waters of experience to flow. This is what shamans have always known or have always seen. They may not have described it as I've described it, because my description is post-Euclidean, post-Lobachevskian, post-Jungian, so forth and so on, but this is what they saw. Think about what shamanism in its classical manifestation is about. It's about predicting the weather. It's about seeing where the game went. It's about figuring out who stole the chicken. It's about who violated the laws of sexual exclusivity of the group. And it's about curing. These are all insights easily attained if you have access to a hyperdimensional perspective. You just look, and there's the stolen chicken, and there's where the game will be next week, and there are the weather patterns of 3 moons hence. And so shamans were essentially people protected by the human group and empowered, therefore, to perform a special function. That function being an antenna into hyperspace, so that the group does not wander into an area of food scarcity or an era of moral laxity or a situation of epidemic contagion. In the modern context, with societies as complicated and as technologically driven as our own, when we take the same tools, the hallucinogenic plants and the ecstasy they induce, and apply it to our problems, what we see then is the culmination of the historical process in its dissolved immersion in the concrescent attractor that is this eschatonic mystery. So one way of thinking of a shaman is someone who has seen the end. And when you've seen the end, the whole nature of the opera is transformed, because you can now settle into your padded seat and enjoy the story and appreciate the characterization and the tremendous attention to the scenery and the tremendous skill with which the author moves the energy of the narrative from one point to another. You're no longer locked in the drama as if you didn't know what was going to happen. And this gives you an existential authenticity which the people around you can sense, and so they call you a wizard, a magician, a shaman, a magic maker, an exemplar. It's simply that you have come to terms with experience by assimilating the totality of it. And now you live life with a lightened hand. And if you're good at it, you can spread that attitude to other people, and then they too can know a measure of peace of mind and Taoistic acceptance and relief. Well, there's more that could be said about this, obviously, and hopefully you'll coax it out of me. Is there anyone who finds this utterly incomprehensible, or offensive, or trivial? Well, then, does anybody have a question? Please get it together, folks. No questions. This is... Yeah. Good. Follow this man's example.
I want to start out this question. Could it be? But then they'll probably just say, yes, it could be. And but it occurred to me that these alien entities, you talk about how psilocybin is a molecule with a unique 4-phosphorylase. Right? It's got that 4 position.
It has a unique phosphorus group in the 4 position, right?
Okay. So let's assume that it is a template molecule sent out into the galaxies to enlighten fledgling civilizations toward whatever. And when we fuse it with our biology, we are creating on a microcosm that end time of the transcendental object, which consists of ourselves being fused with these entities. So we're creating on a small scale what they've already done on a much more grand and diverse scale, and that's the explanation for the DMT type flash.
Are you asking, is that the
Yeah. Or could be.
Well, it could be. For a long time I inclined to that. I thought that the only explanation that I could conceive of was that what I had found was the umbilical connection to the place where some kind of alien mind, whether extraterrestrial or Gaian, it wasn't clear, but where some kind of alien mind was interfacing with the human world. That still may be what it is. But in the past few years, I've inclined more to the idea that we are chemically, well, it's hard to put it into words exactly, especially when you try to do it for the first time. Obviously, the difference between a living person and a dead person, there is a way of thinking about that where you would say the difference is a chemical one. in one case metabolism is going on, in the other case not. I am beginning to think that this narrowing of our conscious focus into 3 dimensions for survival purposes that I mentioned a few minutes ago may have actually cut us off not only from where the game will be next month or who stole the chicken, but it also may have cut us off from contact with the after-death world, because it has no efficacy in the very nitty-gritty blood and muscle problem of day-to-day survival. And that what we have discovered in DMT is literally a chemical doorway to the bardo. And that this, I think, is an even more confounding notion than the notion that we are being pheromonally managed by zeta reticulums or something like that. I mean, after all, if that were the case, it would probably just be one of many programs of social manipulation that are administered by some hideous bureaucracy somewhere beyond Agol, and there's careerism and blunders and budget overruns, and in other words, it sort of comes back down into that's what the problem I have with all extraterrestrial scenarios is. The extraterrestrials seem so much like ourselves. I think probably it's that we have found the pharmacological key to the bardo, and that this is going to overturn civilization so completely that we might as well just call an end to it and recess the meeting. That, and if you ask shamans about this, you say, what is this all about? They will tell you, well, we do all our work through ancestor magic. Well, ancestor is a very sanitized term, because not too many people, when they hear the word ancestor, realize that we're talking dead people here. So when a shaman tells you he works with the ancestors, he's saying he works with dead people. Well, if that's the case, then we are close to being able to secure, in a rational sense, the answer to one of the questions that has driven us most buggy throughout history, which is there continuity of something after the body dissolves? And I am the last person to ever carry this message into society. I was raised Catholic. I rejected it. At age 14, Jean-Paul Sartre, Jean Genet, Friedrich Nietzsche, these were my gods. And I felt, that moral responsibility, existential honesty demands that we put aside the cheerful fairy tales of more naive levels of culture, and that anybody who wants to talk to you about the dear departed and all that is, in the grip of menopausal mysticism or something, or just hasn't carried out a rational analysis of what gives. Now, I think, these religions have all made hay out of, and hash, I might add, out of their imagined franchise of the after-death world, because they use it to beat you on the head with some moral laundry list of do's and don'ts that's very dear to them. And it can be anything as nuts as that you shouldn't eat pork to who knows what, On all sides of the world, and has only been thrown into question by the scientific high-tech democracies in the last 500 years or so, and for them only among a secular educated elite, the premise that is that there is something that persists beyond life. And I think that part of the profligate irresponsibility of modern life arises from the fact that we don't think we have dues to pay. We think there's an easy way out, and that you could be a jerk and then just become food for worms and nobody will ever get on your case about it. And so moral relativism has come into play. But if in fact we are securing in some form the notion that the human personality or some portion of it persists after death, and that there is an ecology of souls, and that we must in some sense share this planet with them, because after all, when you smoke DMT, you don't go anywhere physically. You simply see your nearby environment from a different dimension through different eyes. Then it means that we represent a tiny minority of the human beings who care about this planet. We, the living, are just a tiny slice of who cares and who is active in the situation. And somehow we are being, through chance, which I don't believe in, or through design, which seems everywhere around us, we are being brought up short and told that in order for the earth to survive, we must join everyone else in this other place. And that it is not to be conceived of as dissolution, it is to be conceived of as disembodiment. This is the only thing I can figure out that is going on. There is some kind of project underway to transfer the lumpen living into the realm of the Grateful Dead. And the anxiety that we feel about death is an anxiety born essentially of ignorance. And this ignorance is understandable because we have suppressed, repressed, and denied shamanism the leadership role that it should have in metaphysics of all sorts. And so now we're about to become extinct. And you can like it or you can not like it. You can decry it as the greatest tragedy ever to befall us or this planet, although I suspect the planet will heave an enormous sigh of relief. But there is a perspective in which it can actually be seen as progress, that we are all at once going to transit into this Bardo realm. Now this may not be it. It may not be a simple die-off. It may be that somehow a dialogue can be set up with these souls or their representatives or whatever they are in this other place, and that a world can be established which is neither quite theirs nor quite ours. In other words, that the difference between being alive and being dead, which seems to us fairly fundamental, could in fact turn out to be fairly minor and erasable, or the boundary could be moved from where it is to somewhere else. This stuff is hackle-raising in its weirdness, but if you're going to be true to the content of the experience, then I think you're pushed in these kinds of directions. And the attractor at the end of history that seems to be pulling the human world, certainly, if not all of space and time, into its domain is in the act of realizing itself, going to obliterate the kind of distinctions that we have grown used to. Even on such fundamental issues as life and death. That's the grandest conception that I've been able to come up with. And it doesn't require friendly, altruistic extraterrestrials flying in from Betelgeuse. And it doesn't involve nanotechnological downloading of everybody into a gold ytterbium cube buried on the backside of the moon. And it doesn't involve the human enterprise simply becoming a layer in shale somewhere in the strata of the paleontological record of life on this planet. It is, a fitting denouement for the mess that we have wandered into. It does require unlimbering of the imagination to come to terms with this, because we are in great denial over the possibility that the world could really be transforming itself. I mean, about as far as most of us can go without getting metaphysically uncomfortable is to embrace recycling and population control. But I doubt that such cheerful diddling with the machinery will be able to swerve us from our path. I think, like it or not, we are going into a world that we literally, as we sit here, cannot conceive of. A world so different from ordinary reality that to discuss whether we will be alive or dead in that world is mere quibbling.
There's one point I wanted to clarify real quick. I didn't see this launching of the alien psychedelic spore templates as a bureaucratic enterprise. I almost always envisioned it as a real provisional underground thing, maybe done by a small minority of shamans in a desperate hope to somehow, propagate their origins.
You mean alien shaman?
Yeah.
It could be that. I think I sense a crisis in the physics of the matrix itself. In other words, I think that this is not only happening to human beings. I'm serious when I say, there's only 20 years of history left and we still have half of it to do. We're going to have to do some pretty fast stepping. I mean, what we took 50,000 years to do, we must now do in 20 years. I think that space and time and the physical body and the planet and that everything is essentially some kind of an illusion. It's not real. What is real, what is truly bedrock of, and I guess this comes close to being of the Buddhist position, this is all provisional. This is not what the universe is. The universe is something else. The Buddhists have a doctrine that if a single person will attain enlightenment, then the illusion will collapse instantly. All beings will be sucked into the post-enlightenment state. And the illusion of space and time, of becoming an entity, will all be obviated at the snap of a finger. Well, we tend to disbelieve this because no matter how metaphysical we are, and we may even call ourselves Buddhists, we really believe that Andromeda is 250,000 light years away. And we can't conceive of a light year, but we actually believe that what the scientists tell us. And yet, my God, when you start carrying out a critique of modern science, you cannot believe what fluff this stuff is built on. I heard an analogy recently which I thought was very interesting. Our entire picture of the so-called distant universe is built up by the science of radiotelescopy, the use of radio telescopes to study deep space. This science has been in existence since about 1950. If you were to take all the radio signals that have been analyzed by radio astronomy since 1950 and characterize them as energy, it would be the amount of energy that is released by a cigarette ash falling a distance of 2 feet. So this is the thinness of the data out of which we have created these incredibly grandiose conceptions of what is happening. Science is just whistling past the graveyard. Don't forget that the telescope is about 500 years old this year. So to believe, that the story science tells us is true when we can't understand the mathematics, we cannot build the instruments ourselves, we cannot analyze the data. I mean, we are under the thumb of a priesthood more domineering, more removed from the ordinary concerns of ordinary people than any priesthood of any religion in the past ever was. I think we should hold all that in abeyance. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying it's not possible to tell whether it's true or not. One thing psychedelics will do for you, for sure, is to convince you that what's real is what I call the felt presence of immediate experience. That's what's real. What you think, what you feel, what you see now is what's real. Even your own memories are so shifting and elusive and subject to psychological transformation based on your own inner and unconscious dynamics and kinks, that to believe what somebody else is telling you about the temperature of Betelgeuse or something like that, or the charge of the top quark, means you've moved off into some kind of private Idaho. Crazy people rave about stuff like this. But I think people who are rooted in a good philosophical method will not give much credence to anything out of reach of their good right arm. And the psychedelic experience is an experience. I didn't present you with a set of tensor equations or a tape of electromagnetic data interpreted through the fiat of a fishy formula. We're talking experience here. And this experience, if made commiserate with ordinary experience, I think leads to the conclusion that this is, I said this the other night, this is as dead as you'll ever be. This is as low as you can go. This is as confined a mode of existence as it's possible to know. And it's all up from here, folks. It's a kind of Gnostic vision. It sees our present circumstance as the low rung of a ladder of transformational distillation. And, we come from we know not where. I mean, we have, yes, the details on the fertilization of the egg by the sperm and so forth and so on, but where the form comes from, we don't know. This is the mystery of morphogenesis. And then where the form goes to, we do not know. I mean, I now think that the proper way to think about biology is biological objects, plants, animals, fungi, bacteria, amoebas, and human beings. Biological objects are hyperdimensional objects. You can tell that that's true because whenever what is the sine qua non of a biological object? Meaning, What is the thing it must have to be biological? It must metabolize. That's the essence of life. The form is stable, but the matter and the energy which compose the form are in constant cycling. The form stabilizes, but the energy is flowing through it, which stabilizes it. Well, when we use phrases like cycling through it, flowing through it, these are words which imply a temporal dimension. If you have a chair and you cut into it, it doesn't bleed, it doesn't squirm away, it doesn't begin to rot and fall over. If you cut into a living object, it undergoes all kinds of changes. This is because you have destroyed one of the dimensions necessary for its manifestation, the temporal dimension. The living body has a relationship to time which the chair doesn't have. The chair is borne along in the stream of time. The biological object is made of time itself as much as it's made of space and matter. And so really what birth is the descent of this mysterious entity called the form into matter. It clothes itself with matter and energy through a process of gestation, unfoldment, separation from the environment of gestation and unfoldment, which is the mother's body. And then it has an autonomous existence. But what is generally true of all life in the phylogenetic, in the ontogenetic expression, what's true is that it has finite duration. Everything dies. The individual dinosaur, the individual elephant, the individual human being, they die. That means that the form eventually withdraws itself from the domain of matter and energy, and it then presumably exists as it existed before, having added whatever adumbrations three-dimensional experience has given to it. So I've come to see the body as basically the placenta of the soul. And, that's a way of thinking about it that makes dying not so terrifying. I mean, it's as terrifying as smoking DMT, but it's nothing to claw the walls about. The body is the placenta of the soul. For the individual, well, then it's just a short step to realizing that we are now called upon as a species to abandon the body. The body is the collective body is the collective placenta of the species, and you don't do a war dance around the placenta. Once it's served its function, which is to bring the forming fetus to the point where it can exist and sustain itself in the dimension for which it is destined. In the case of ordinary birth, that's three-dimensional space and time. In the case of this metaphor, it's the hyperspace beyond space and time. Once we are ready to exist in that dimension, it's time to undergo the journey down the birth canal and bury the placenta under the old apple tree and forget it and move on. And, I grant you the analogy isn't perfect. I mean, where is the midwife? Where is the waving bassinet? But perhaps the answer to that is the midwife is waiting in these intimations of the friendly alien presence. It may be an aspect of humanness that awaits us just over the great divide. And so we are going to have to, I think that probably now at every talk I give, I make the analogy to birth. That this is what we in the 20th century are experiencing. The 20th century is analogous to the birth canal of human history. And so, the wonderful swim in the amniotic ocean is over. The fool's paradise of the fetal life is ending. Now the walls are literally closing in. We can't get enough oxygen. We're using up our food. The walls are strangling us. There's no room on this planet for all of us. And for us, it's a catastrophe. But I imagine when a woman goes into transition, the fetus, if it's not a metaphysician, must be fairly alarmed by the situation. It must just say, well, I guess this is it. It's all over. I'm going to be strangled, suffocated, and simultaneously choked to death in this situation. It would take a far-seeing fetus indeed to embrace the journey down the birth canal as the road toward, a split-level ranch house in the hills above Malibu if you play your cards right. Surely that gets the idea across. Yeah.
Could you say more about the content of your experience with DMT? I was really fascinated, and it seemed like there were some qualities to it that I wanted to hear more about.
Well, sure. DMT, if you take it orally, is destroyed by enzymes in your gut, so it has to be smoked unless you have a chemical strategy for inactivating those enzymes. So assuming you smoke it, it comes on in about 30 seconds, and if you're a leather-lunged Hashashin, you can maybe get it in one swell foop, but it takes most people about 3 hits. And the first thing you notice is that it's as though all the air has been drawn out of the room you're in. Suddenly the colors come forward and the edges sharpen. This is really happening. It has an extraordinary effect at low doses on visual acuity. So does psilocybin. And then you close your eyes. You feel very peculiar. A kind of anesthesia sweeps through your body, a kind of numbing and yet a sense of a building bubble of energy. You close your eyes, and after a few seconds you see forming in front of you what I call the chrysanthemum. It's a floral mandala, usually in yellow and orange, most people say. And it's slowly turning, it's like a wall, but it's a hallucination, but it's right here, right in front of you. And you watch it for about 15 seconds. If it stabilizes, you need one more hit. But what usually happens is that after about 15 seconds of contemplating this thing, it's as though suddenly whatever was holding you back, the cable is cut, and you are just propelled through this membrane, and you hear a sound like a bread wrapper being crumpled, a cellophane bread wrapper being crumpled and thrown away, or the crackling of flames. This is, according to a friend of mine, your radio intellecti exiting the anterior fontanelle at the top of your head. But he could be wrong. But whatever it is, and then you hear a tone, which is, it could be reproduced on a synthesizer. It's that, but it keeps going and becomes hypersonic, supersonic, subsonic, I don't know. And there is a sense of literally a membrane is ruptured, and now you're there. And what happens to me is the first thing I hear is a cheer, a yell of greeting. It's on their second album, the Pink Floyd have a song in which they sing, the gnomes have a new way to say hooray. Well, you break into this gnome nest, and it's a very specifically characterized place. It is domed, it's indirectly lit, not brightly lit, but it's softened lighting of some sort. It's comfortable, but all of that is hard to focus on and relatively inconsequential, because the main thing that's happening is these things come bounding towards you like greyhounds, and there are many of them. These jeweled, self-dribbling, transforming basketballs, which look like iridescent electric radiolaria or something. I mean, they are diatomaceous neon transforms made of syntax or some damn thing like that. And they come towards you, and you have to deal with yourself in this situation, because most people, in my reaction, is absolute amazement, complete hysterical disbelief. I mean, you just say, my God, what is happening? It comes so quickly that it isn't like a drug where, you deep breathe and you close your eyes and you wait for an hour and you slowly summon it out of its crevice. It's not like that. It's like you were struck by lightning. In fact, some people think they have been struck by lightning, that they never got to the drug, that just as they raised it to their lips, they were struck by lightning, or a jet fighter fell out of the sky, or something. And then you have to ask yourself, is this okay? Because it's so radical and it happens so quickly, and your eyes are wide open and you don't see anything recognizable. Three-dimensional space, the room you were in, everything, it's gone. Instead, this place, and then they tell you, they try to reassure you, although they're not very reassuring. What they say is, don't give way to amazement. Don't abandon yourself to wonder. Basically, don't be a jerk and a rube, Pay attention. Pay attention to what is happening. And then they proceed to do a very intense form of team teaching. They come bounding up, they present themselves. They also do this weird thing where they jump into your chest and then they jump back out. So you're having this sucking in and out of your body thing. They jump in and out of your chest, and they are singing and squeaking and squealing in some kind of elf glossolalia, which you can see. This is very important. They speak a language which you look at, you don't hear, and they make objects which are like super puns of some sort, in that the object is not one thing. It is somehow several things simultaneously. The way a pun attains its effect by being simultaneously more than one thing. But these are not verbal puns. These are objectified puns in three-dimensional space, and they're funny. And the whole thing is pervaded by the word zany is what I use. It's a form of humor, it's a form of merriment, but you can't entirely relax around it because you can't entirely be sure that you're getting the joke. So it's like it's a humor with an edge to it. And they are showing you these jeweled, I've compared them to Fabergé eggs. And when they show you these things, you can tell by looking at them that if you could bring a single one of these objects, no larger than an orange, into this world, it would end the debate. I mean, all you would have to do is show it to somebody, and they would say, that's impossible, but yet it's happening, so therefore my reality is dissolving. I mean, it's somehow to gaze upon these objects is to be forever corrupted for ordinary consciousness. Make them with their voices. These objects are quasi-alive. The objects themselves can sing and make other objects. So you're just you're like in this, a cross between Santa's workshop, Tiffany's, and the basement of the Metropolitan Museum, and they're offering you all this time. I've somehow stretched the thread too tightly, and now I'm never going to make my way back. And they're saying, no, that's not what's happening. This is what's happening. Pay attention. Look. And then it just fades very suddenly, and they sense it coming. They have urgency because they know the window is tremendously narrow. And in the final moments, in some cases, I recall, they literally, it recedes away, or you pull away from it, and they say, déjà vu. and then you open your eyes, and you're in the room you left. It's like 1,000 mics of LSD or something. You are more loaded than you have ever been in your life, and you immediately proclaim, my God, I'm completely down. And, the walls are rubbery, the Persian carpet is crawling around, your friends have faceted faces and look like they just climbed out of one of Billy Meyer's starships, but you're absolutely, completely down. You accept this as ordinary. It's all you can do to keep from kissing the good earth, because where you were was so much removed from that there is no comparison. Well, now after doing this a number of times, because the first time you do it, the goal is pretty much to live through it. I mean, it's like being shot out of I think it was Tim Leary's metaphor. He said it's like being shot out of a cannon with Baroque barreling, and afterwards people want you to draw the barreling, when what you were trying to do was live through the experience. But after you do it many, many times, 10, 15, it depends on how bright you are and how able to resist freaking out you are, my impression became, and this is astonishing to me based on what I've said so far, this is someone very strange. It's someone's idea of a reassuring environment for a human being. This place you end up, which is the weirdest place you could either conceive of or imagine, has been specifically designed by someone to be as mundane, ordinary, and like this world as they could possibly make it. Not only that, the impression that I have is the vibe of this place, if you will, is it's a nursery. It's a playpen, in fact. And these toys, these things, these elves, are nothing more than the equivalent of stringing a string of colored plastic objects over a bassinet. They're to teach you spatial relationships and hand-eye coordination. You are briefly in a nursery for receiving human beings who have just crossed over from hyperspace. Well, imagine if all you knew about this world was a nursery and a maternity ward or a home somewhere, and you were trying to deduce the nature of the universe from a 30-second visit to a human nursery. That's the kind of position we're in. And I think that is what gave me the notion that this has to do with the after-death state. Apparently, the soul is literally being born into this other dimension, and the soul is not, it's exactly like this world. When you're born into this world, you're just a little worm of a thing, you know? You have to be held by your mother, you have to be swaddled, you have to be kept away from bright lights, breezes, men with cigars, and so forth. And the soul, as it trances into that place, you immediately meet the extended existence of your soul in an entirely new domain. Yeah. You mean stayed in that place? No. And it seems to me unlikely that anyone would, because interesting about DMT is that it has, it occurs naturally in the human brain. We all make it all the time. And so in a sense, this is not a drug at all. This is a human metabolite that you're getting a tremendous overdose of. But the fact that it occurs naturally in the human brain means that you have chemical pathways, biosynthetic pathways, that can deal with it. That's why it lasts so short a time. One way of talking about the toxicity of a drug is to ask the question, how long before you feel perfectly normal after taking this drug? If you have a drug that 24 or 48 hours after you take it, you still have lower back pain and you're lying in warm baths and avoiding ringing telephones and don't want to talk to anybody, that's a toxic drug. I don't care whether it's coke, methadone, or LSD. You shouldn't. That's not good. DMT, 10 minutes, within 10 to 15 minutes after taking it, you not only are down, you can't tell you did it. There's no residuum, no lingering headache, no dryness of mouth, no dilated pupil, nothing. It's like you took an ice cube and hurled it into a blast furnace, and then you went looking for it 15 minutes later. It's not to be found. It ain't there. Well, this is amazing, because this is the strongest psychedelic there is. You'd think that you'd have to put ice packs on your head for a week after this, okay? And instead it's completely gone. So Rupert and I, in talking about this, he developed the idea of what he called a necrotic compound. He thinks that DMT, that at death, you flood your system with DMT, that this is what these pathways exist for, and that it sets you up for dying, and that if you can, and I gave DMT once to a Tibetan Lama, a very old one, not one of these alcoholic fundraising lamas, the real thing. And guy took it like a man. He was probably 92. And afterwards he said, it's the lesser life. He said, if you go further, you can't return. That's the limit. Beyond that, there is no fail-safe. And he was perfectly matter-of-fact about it, and I took him at his word. I mean, if anybody should have known, this was the dude. And I think it's a tremendous argument for hope, And you see, it's not only an argument for hope, it means that if we could get the infantile, shit-brained, drug-phobic yahoos sent back to wherever it is that they are going to be sent to practice their family values, then we could actually do significant research and find out what's going on here. It's an object of legitimate research. We don't have to genuflect in front of this like it's a religious mystery and will always be unknowable. In principle, what we need to do is you explore this dimension the way you explore any unknown dimension. You send people of great courage and descriptive skill in with their notebooks, their telescopes, their tape recorders, or whatever is the equivalent for this job, and then you find out what it is. And I think that the destiny of the species may be spun into this. It may not be. It may be that this transition into hyperspace is not as inevitable as I previously assured you. It may be that we have to do something on this side. We have to meet them halfway through the mountain. They're boring toward us. We have to alert ourselves to the fact that a tunnel is possible and then get cracking, with dynamite, which is an amalgam for DMT. Yeah.
Terence, can you go into briefly say something about the distinction now between what you have spoke about the last 10 minutes with distinction between the Fabergé eggs and basketballs and self-transforming machine elves, and that one may occur by going into the Amazon canopy and experiencing some type of preparation prepared by the natives. Is that organically mixed, earthly-based hive similar to the synthesized DMT? Now, I have taken DMT many, many years ago, but it would seem that the natives may describe it, at least, in a much different fashion than yourself. What is the distinction? And then also, if you can hit on after that, the distinction between that and psilocybin.
Well, the difference is not as great as maybe your question implies. First of all, the thing that is so interesting about DMT is if the only requirement is that you be able to hold the toke, and if you cough and lose it, then it's murky and mucked up. In the case of ayahuasca, which is what you're asking about, well, I'll explain to the group. Remember how I said that DMT is destroyed in your gut, so you have to smoke it. But then I added the caveat that unless you somehow inactivate this enzyme system in your gut, which will destroy it, the DMT. Well, it turns out there's a way to do that. The enzyme system is called monoamine oxidase, and there are compounds called monoamine oxidase inhibitors. If you take a monoamine oxidase or MAO inhibitor, then, and follow it with oral DMT, then the DMT will not be destroyed in your gut. It will actually be absorbed into the lining of the small intestine, a large intestine, and then passed into the bloodstream, and you will have psychedelic intoxication. Well, in the Amazon, this has been understood by the shamans for a long, long time. And so they take two plants. One, Banisteriopsis caapi, a large woody vine, a twining liana, and it actually contains a powerful short-acting monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And they take this vine and they pulverize it, and they combine it in a large pot of water with the leaves of another plant which contains DMT. It may be one of several plants. It's usually Psychotria viridis. Then they boil these two things together, and then for hours, and then they pour the water off and save it in a jug, and put fresh water on this mess of two different plants, and boil it again for hours. And then they pour the two water fractions together, and they get rid of all the solid matter. They throw it away. It's now been cooked for 6 to 8 hours. And they take this watery fraction, several gallons, and they drive it down over a hot fire until they get something, a dark brown, thick liquid that is truly horrifying to ingest, because the taste is so ghastly, because all the salts and sugars and God knows what else have been concentrated into this stuff. But this is now a beverage, a liquid. I love it that in the literature they call it a psychoactive beverage. And when you drink it, the compound from the woody vine, harmine, inhibits the MAO, and the DMT passes through and enters the bloodstream. And instead of a 10-minute experience that reaches the apex of intensity in 2 minutes, you get an experience which is drawn out, stretched out over about 4 to 6 hours. Now, usually, this is not, it's a psychedelic experience. It's similar to mushrooms in some ways. But if you really make it stiff, if you really put the pedal to the metal on the amount of Psychotria viridis or DMT-containing leaf that you put into this stuff, then after about 2 hours, you can slowly, by sitting in darkness, by practicing breath control, you can slowly manipulate it into a place where you then say, you know, by gosh and begolly, we've made it to the elf nest. Here it is. So I think that great shamans, courageous shamans, have always been able to make their way into the presence of this thing. But I put the great qualifier in front of the word shamans because in my actual field experience in the Amazon, what I discovered was once it got you loaded enough to be comparable to, say, 4 grams of mushrooms, most of these guys would look at you in horror if you suggested that it was only twice as strong as it should be. The shamans all over the world have an ambivalent attitude toward these dimensions they go into. Very few just hurl themselves delightedly into complete boundary dissolution. I had a guy tell me once, he said, you think just because we run around wearing penis sheaths that this stuff is easy for us to do? Well, I've got news for you. It's as hard for us as it is for anybody. It's hard for human beings to surrender to something so strange. I could never get ayahuasca to carry me into the DMT nest until I made it myself. And then, with nobody, you know, holding my elbow and keeping me, telling me how much Psychotria viridis I should put in, I was able to jack it up until finally it was truly horrifyingly strong. And that's what you want. I mean, we're not interested in colored lights and dancing mice here. So, now let me see. Did I cover the waterfront? No. Comparison to DMT, to psilocybin.
In that you explained one time in one past lecture that
earthy or UFO type images that appear from the psilocybin, as opposed to the more earthy mother goddess connection of the ayahuasca.
But I think if you push the ayahuasca hard, it all begins to migrate in this direction. Psilocybin, I advocate 5 dried grams in silent darkness. 8 dried grams in silent darkness will give you the indistinguishable from a DMT flash. The problem is, one thing about DMT that is both frustrating and liberating is that it's so brief. Basically, it's like a roller coaster. The great consolation is this is only going to last 5 minutes. If you climbed on a roller coaster of super intensity, and as they dropped the bar over your lap, they said, "Oh yeah, this is the 4-hour trip," then you would say, "Well, hold on."
It does appear, though, that by IV, which is mostly how I did it years ago, is that it seemed that it was extended to about 30 to 40 minutes.
IV DMT?
Yeah.
Do you mean that you shot it intravenously? You don't mean that it was a perfusion pump situation? No. Well, see, I've talked to people who've done research on DMT, and a surprising conclusion that comes out of those discussions is that shooting it is not as intense as smoking it. Shooting it, well, yeah, it sounds fairly intense, but people who do both say shooting it can't lay a candle to. And and this is a funny thing, I'll just mention it as an aside. Drug researchers love to shoot drugs into their experimental subjects. They love the syringe as the route of administration because you get better numerical data because you can measure the dose absolutely, and then you hit them and they got it. If you smoke something, you may, obviously when you can hold your breath no longer and you exhale, smoke comes into the room. That's not part of your dose. And sometimes there's a residuum in the bottom of the pipe. That's not part of your dose. So in the name of precision, people who've done research on DMT have always shot it. Even the recent study out at the University of New Mexico, it was by injection. I tried to persuade them to do a section with smoking, but this argument for numerical precision carried the day. But the effect of relying on intravenous injection like that is that no one in the clinical situation has ever observed or experienced the flash that I'm talking about. I don't think you can attain it except by smoking.
Now, how about the penis snuffs and
No, I've done those, and that is, tell the truth, let the chips fall where they may. Highly overrated for several reasons. First of all, you have to snuff close to a tablespoon of these toasted and powdered Anodonanthera peregrina seeds, and there's a lot of cellulose there, and so you do not absorb it instantly. The other thing is it's so physically unpleasant to do it that there's a tendency to cut low on the dose, because when the standard method of administering edema is you have a hollow reed, like a bamboo reed about this long. You fill it with this powdered, toasted sawdust, essentially, that has been reduced to flour. And you get up on your haunches, and your friend comes over, and you put the tube up your nostril, and he blows. He takes a huge lungful of air, and he just blows as hard as he can. Well, the effect is like being hit in the face with a 2x4. I mean, you stagger backwards, you salivate, it's intensely painful, you scream, you squirm around in the dirt, and then you get back up on your haunches, and by that time he has loaded the tube for the second nostril. And then the whole thing happens all over again, except now you're salivating, your eye is swollen up, your sinuses are filled with this gunk, and you do it again, same thing, scream, squirm in the dirt, so forth and so on. Then you stagger over out of the sun into the shade and sit with his saliva just pouring out of your mouth. And after about 5 minutes, you begin to drift into a psychedelic state of some sort. But there is no sense of a rush, of a splitting of the world into two halves. It's not an effective route of administration.
Well, how about what do we call the chorus theory?
Oh well, once they get intoxicated, then they play this strange game, which is almost characteristic of this white Yanomamo cultural group. Guys square off. They stand about 3 feet apart from each other, and by some means equivalent to tossing a coin, it's been decided who will go first. So the guy who goes first is totally loaded on this stuff, and he has mucus running out of his nose, saliva running out of his mouth, his eyes are swollen, practically swollen shut. He pulls back his hand, and he hits the other guy right in the center of the chest as hard as he can. So the guy either loses his feet or doesn't. Anyway, he grunts like a bull and stands there. He also is in the same state. Then he pulls back, and then he does it. And they keep doing this until somebody is knocked off their spot. And when you interview them later about this, what you're told is your ability to stand on your spot depends on how many of these hukuli spirits you have inside your chest. And so this is some kind of Yanomamo psychology meeting the raw data of the DMT experience. I don't know what they're talking about, but it has something to do with the DMT things that jump in and out of your chest when you smoke it. They believe that they say the demon from the tree will live in your chest. And the more of these tree demons inside your chest you have, the more physically able to resist being knocked off your spot you are, and the more shamanically empowered you are. But this goes to a point I often make with my groups, which is, you know, one ethnic group or one culture's drug is another person's pain in the neck. You know, I mean, I've taken awful drugs that the people, after it was over with, you'd say, you know, God, you guys do this all the time. It's really kind of, and they say, yeah, well, it takes getting used to, and we really don't do it all that often, only ceremonies. And you're right, most people are glad to get it over with and go back to the palm beer.
So your experience is basically that it's too caveman-like, it's very hard on the system biologically, and it makes it so that the time that you could be having in exploring these strange dimensions is somehow inhibited.
Yeah, I don't think in the Bina taking situation that you ever get enough all at once to the synapses in sufficient concentration to deliver you over into what I'm describing occurring on
You took ayahuasca and then did this stuff right after you drank ayahuasca.
Strangely enough, though, those cultural groups do not overlap. You know, where there is ayahuasca, there is never Ipina. Where there is Ipina, if there is ayahuasca, there never
Some
can be.
ethnography done right now on that. That may be an area where someone would want to explore by bringing in non-indigenous sources of ayahuasca into the Yanomamo area.
Well, people are, traditional people are surprisingly conservative. I mean, I've sat with ayahuasqueros and done their brew and talked to them about DMT, and then they say, well, describe it. And so then I will describe it as I described it to you here. And then my best guy said, well, I don't know, it sounds a little intense. I think I'll take a pass on it. And he was my mentor in the domain of ayahuasca. It's pretty stout stuff. I think that, shamans have always, looked over the fence, looked through the keyhole, stepped through the doorway. But I think DMT, pure crystalline DMT, or ayahuasca specifically brewed to reality obliterating doses, is the only way you can approach this place. Yeah.
I'm wondering, on the experience you talk about your being caught.
Mention that, yes.
Yeah, the second part would be how have you done it?
I've done it maybe 30 times. I haven't done it for a couple of years. No, DMT. Sometimes I think it's a young man's game, or sometimes I'm just getting chicken shit, This is not a drug of abuse, let me tell you. I know people who say it's their favorite drug, and you say, well, when was the last time you did it? And they say 1968. And they're still processing to feel no need to go back and have a second look. What was the first part of your question?
What kind of knowledge?
The knowledge. The knowledge is interesting. The knowledge is they want me to make language that you can see. They absolutely are convinced that this ability to make things visible with sound can be taught. And that's what they want you to do. They demonstrate it. They say, see what we're doing? See what we're doing? Now do it! And you say, and say, no excuses, we don't have a lot of time, it's almost over. Do it. Do it. And then you attempt to do it, and you discover in that place you can do this. But why this is so important? Because when you come back to this world and listen to tape recordings of yourself doing it, it's gibberish of some sort. It's a kind of neurologically driven glossolalia. It's like, it's a language unhinged from the necessity of meaning. And yet, it is true that when you do it in that place, it's absolutely ecstatic. It's like sex, but sex is sort of like a white light kind of thing. This is like a colored spectrum. If you could put the sexual experience through a prism and change the purity of orgasm into a spectrum of stuff, then it would be like this language. It's pure poetry. It's poetry so thick you can literally cut it with a knife. And they want you to do this. And they are absolutely passionate about this is what we are here to teach you. How to speak in a language that can be seen. And, a language which could be seen would be a kind of telepathy. If you could see what I mean, you would see my thoughts. The way we communicate, small mouth noises, and the assumption of shared dictionary, an assumption which is never borne out by careful questioning, is a miserable way to communicate. if we could see our linguistic intentionality, it would be the equivalent of seeing our minds. And so this is what they want us to do. Now, maybe if one were truly dead, they wouldn't be so urgent about it. And they would be like a relative leaning over a bassinet and holding up objects and saying, "Look at this, baby. Look at this. This is a bell," or something. But definitely what they teach is in the domain of language. And it's not a teaching which can be said, like love one another, or, you know, if it's juicy, eat it over the sink. It's more an ability locked in your physiological structure that we're not using. They want us to speak in colored lights. And their agenda is not mine. I haven't the faintest idea why that is so compelling to them. Well, that's a little unfair, because I've given a lot of thought to it. But initially, I couldn't figure it out. We'll, I'm sure, get more into this afternoon. It is, the little self-transforming elf machine informs me, lunchtime. Thank you for putting up with this. I appreciate your silent scorn, or whatever it is.
So lunch will be over in the kitchen area, which is near the parking lot.
An adventure out beyond the furthest boundary. I'll be searching for the spirit that can set me free. Well, I've been caught in the clutter of the day today. And I've been waiting for that spark to come and sweep me away. On the wave of an ecstasy to a brand new reality, where fantastic worlds open up in a dazzling display. Setting out on a journey of discovery. Through the doorway that opens to the mystery. An adventure out beyond the furthest boundary. I'll be searching for the spirit that can set me free. People say the spirit doesn't exist. If it comes to them, they just resist. Then they come up with some theory to explain it away. But if they only had the eyes to see the depth and power of the mystery, then they would know that it goes far beyond the things they say. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. The truth is stranger than our wildest thoughts can conceive. There are dimensions far beyond this normal world we perceive. There are revelations and epiphanies. There are visionary possibilities. All that's required is the courage just to take the leap. And then setting out on a journey of discovery. Through the doorway that opens to the mystery. venture out beyond the furthest boundary. I'll be searching for the spirit that can set me free. Setting out on a journey of discovery. 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 Setting out on a journey of discovery.
So we sort of had something going before lunch. Can anybody remember what it was?
Oh, well, I had a question. It was the hallucinogenic snuff used by the Yanomami.
Yeah, and hadn't we done that? We've done that. Let's not do that again.
Are you still doing questions?
Sure, yeah.
I got one I'd like to touch on. The whole idea of the shaman as having this hyperdimensional overview. And as you say, some of them say, it scares me shitless, even the top dog. Okay? And other times what you said, you wonder why it isn't in headlines 11 inches tall. There seems to be something about the experience that is, I don't know if self-selecting is the right word, or evolutionary selecting. Why is there such a small percentage of people who actually end up, although you say everyone can do it, they do have the genetic possibility, but there's something more in the selective period that where a shaman will come out, because it is, as you say, an awesome responsibility, and yet it's everyone's possible liberation. And then one last thing, another coda to this. You mentioned that you don't think that it's the Bush or Reagan, etc., feeling that they just want to keep an economic grip as far as the sale of would-be hallucinogenics. Don't you think that there is some degree of teleological repression going on as well? I mean, you mentioned that you didn't feel that way, but I somehow, other times I've heard you feel that there definitely is.
Well, I think that, yeah, I mean, it simplifies the issue to say that it's entirely a money issue.
Right.
Because the psychedelics are used by so small
Right.
a percentage of people that it doesn't rate the tremendous institutional fury that is brought against it, and where you really see the contradiction in economic logic is with pot. I think that the subtext of the government's fear about psychedelics is that this quality that they have of dissolving boundaries causes people to question basic assumptions about how society is run. And I think this is true of any society. It isn't an American phenomenon. It's that if you take psychedelics, whatever you are, you know, Eskimo, Hasidic rabbi, quantum physicist, you will question your first premises. And you get millions of people questioning the first premises, and then the powers that be become very nervous. It's interesting that this whole phenomenon of the 1960s occurred because American commitment to universal public education brought its first generation of people to adulthood in the middle of the 1960s, because that universal commitment to public education began after World War II. After the establishment took a look at what this filling, actually funding and building up great public universities and then filling them with inquisitive young people, what the result of that was that's when they decided to turn the universities back into trade schools for CPAs, which they did do. I mean, there is nothing like the level and the breadth of education and intellectual curiosity that was encouraged when I was going to school. That's all finished now. Now you're expected to do your data entry job, watch a lot of TV, and keep your mouth shut. And this is what we expect of our college graduates. So really there was a crisis of faith in American institutions, which was only exacerbated by psychedelics. It was a combination of educating people to the actual traditions of Western civilization in large numbers for the first time, and then giving them psychedelics. I mean, or having them exposed to psychedelics, and people began to ask questions for which there were no answers. And the response of the establishment was to suppress this. I mentioned cannabis. You know, you're all probably aware through the work of the hemp people that cannabis holds many benefits, not necessarily related to its properties as an intoxicant, but as a source of food, lubricant, plastics, fuels, etc. The reason the establishment is so hysterical on the subject of cannabis is because it erodes loyalty to the industrial state. I mean, that's why, if you look at the pharmacological profile, let's contrast two familiar drugs. One, caffeine. We have the medical data which shows that it can contribute to fetal malformation. We know that it damages the liver. We know that it, if abused, can cause severe stomach ulcers, so forth and so on. Cannabis, and vast amounts of money have been spent trying to find something wrong with it, and they're still digging, folks. I mean, they've decided it doesn't cause tits on statues. It doesn't, you know, all the screwy things they've come up with over the years have had to be abandoned. Why is caffeine enshrined in every labor contract negotiated in the Western world as a sacred right of all workers twice daily? And why is cannabis, you know, you can lose your house, your automobile, your bank account, your art collection, simply because you had 6 plants in the back 40, and your children. Why this disparity? Well, what is the effect of caffeine? It makes it possible for you to perform your duties during the last 3 hours of the work cycle with efficiency equal to the first 3 hours of the work cycle. It allows people to tolerate spinning widgets onto gombers until hell freezes over without a thought ever rising in their minds that maybe this is a ridiculous way to spend your life. Cannabis, on the other hand, people aren't so interested in going to work. They'd rather lay around and make love. They don't want to watch TV. They'd rather smoke a doobie and have a conversation with a friend. In other words, these things promote activities which don't make anybody any money and cause people to question the institutions and the social philosophies that are being shoved down their throats. If the playing field were level, caffeine might well be a prescription drug, not that I think that's a good idea, and cannabis, I think, would probably be freely available. The most dangerous drugs in society in terms of detrimental social impact are alcohol and tobacco, the two most freely available. I mean, every street corner of every city, they're peddled in vast amounts. We have a very crack-brained approach to the problem of drugs. We're not the only society. All societies seem to do this. Out of a possible spectrum of 20 or 30 depressants and intoxicants, most societies select 3 or 4 which they hail as harmless, and then the rest are, the seed of Satan. And this attitude is persevered in against all scientific data, against all medical research. This is just what people choose to think. The problem is we don't have the luxury of this kind of ignorance anymore. The amount of revenue that could be accrued from cannabis economy, the pressure that could be taken off petroleum extraction if cannabis were part of the picture. All of these things make it incumbent upon us, I think, to think more creatively and more honestly about which drugs really are posing problems for us. What was the first part?
The other question really relates to this is, why are there, given the fact, why is the percentage of shamans so small relative to a population? Because of the fact that, as you say, there's fear in going into, there's attraction and fear in going into these other realms. And there's obviously maybe some self-limiting aspect of the hyper-dimensional view, which there's some dynamic going on because everyone has an equal opportunity to go to this hyperdimensional, but very few of their own initiatives really push to that point where you are definitely within the hyperdimensional realm.
Well, there are different things to be said about this. I mean, first of all, there are what are called biochemical differences in individuality, and never more so than in the matter of drugs. People are very different from each other. Years ago, I took a course from Sasha Shulgin at Cal, and at one point he brought in some substance, I don't know what it was, and this was a class of 600 people, and passed it around and asked everybody to take a sniff of this bottle. Well, 598 people pronounced this stuff completely odorless. 2 people were almost violently ill from the overpowering odor of this thing. They possessed a gene for the sensitivity to this compound that caused it to be, for them, overwhelming, for everyone else, unnoticeable. And we're surrounded by these kinds of individual biochemical differences. In traditional societies, shamanism is often a family business, and it may well be that this is because ability to handle these psychedelic substances and to really get mileage out of them is a genetic endowment of some sort. I mean, cannabis, again, it provides an interesting example. One of the commonest things you hear people say about cannabis who don't smoke it is they say, I used to, or I tried it, but it makes me paranoid. To the people who use it, this is inconceivable. In fact, it's almost an antidote to paranoia, because it seems to make things appear more Taoistic, more integrated. It all makes more sense. These are biochemical differences that need to be studied. Different racial groups have different relationships to intoxication. I mean, I think there is some truth to the idea that the North American Indians had a susceptibility to distilled alcohol that the Europeans, who had been dealing with it for a couple of centuries by the time they arrived here, didn't have, because the North American Indians represented a closed gene pool. Never having been exposed to this, there was no selection for being able to handle it. And then there's another issue in relation to your question, John, which is, first of all, some people say, well, not all shamans take hallucinogens. Well, true, and I've excited some people's ire by suggesting, but all real shamans do. And, you know, saying that somebody is a shaman, I mean, imagine if simply being able to rave and exhort on the subject of the four Gospels qualified you as a man of the Lord. Actually, you have to sort through dozens of so-called preachers to find somebody you would be willing to leave alone with your chickens. Well, similarly, you have to sort through a lot of people who claim to be shamans before you find somebody who really is one. I mean, we tend to be naive. Go to the Amazon with your heart on your sleeve seeking ayahuasca, and I guarantee, unless you go well connected, you'll drink a lot of swill before you get to somebody honest enough, responsible enough, conscientious enough to actually make it right and do it right. And in the case of shamanism, usually this is going on in cultures without literacy, without written languages, and so they don't hold conferences or publish proceedings or have the university matriculation examinations in shamanism. So on the surface, a shaman is anyone who claims to be a shaman or who cares to claim. But in terms of real shamanic ability, I think it only comes through either innate special abilities, which probably means innate high sensitivity to neurological, to neurotransmitters, exotic neurotransmitters, or it comes through an exposure to hallucinogens. This is a big argument in anthropology. Mircea Eliade, who normally I am very deferent to, got this one completely wrong and decided on absolutely no evidence that what he called narcotic shamanism was decadent. Well, first of all, the use of the word narcotic in that context shows that he didn't know what he was talking about. Nobody uses narcotics to shamanize. You go to sleep if you take narcotics. So what he wanted to say was that he felt hallucinogenic shamanism was decadent, but what is the alternative? Reliance on ordeals, fasting, or pathological personalities, maybe epileptics or borderline schizophrenics or something like that. I think that these kinds of shamanisms that are not hallucinogenically based are derivative shamanisms that occur at a later stage of culture when the plant-based shamanism has been disrupted by some factor like migration or the disappearance of the plants involved or something like that. Yeah.
From what I understand, the Lakota Indians didn't use hallucinogenics. They accomplished all this through, the drum beat and the song and things like that. And to this day, if you talk to the Lakota about the use of hallucinogenics as far as their shamans go, they say it's not necessary. And yet in the Southwest, it's prominent.
Yeah, well,
right on.
I think acoustical driving can carry you a certain distance. There are substitutes for hallucinogens, but they're neither as effective nor as pleasant. I mean, ordeals are what many cultures get into.
Well, I was just thinking, along the lines of, someone like Crazy Horse who came out of Lakota who seemed to possess these, abilities and manifest them physically.
Well, there's also the exceptional personality. The exceptional personality breaks all the rules, see. But, something I wanted to say.
So would you say then, Terence, that there is a genetic proclivity, maybe in some individuals, if there is access to botanicals, and if there is no historical evidence of shamanism prior to that, for that individual to start engaging in explorations?
Yeah, I think so. You know, Maria Sabina claimed that she was never initiated into shamanism. She claimed that as a girl herding the cattle, she ate the mushrooms because she was hungry, and that she was basically self-taught in shamanism in a society that actually had shamanic lineages and institutions. In Madagascar, there are these highly evolved ordeal poisons, and this is where you take a plant, you feel like you're dying, you beg to die, you want to die, and you don't die. You come back from it a better person. But it is only because you were slammed up against death itself. Ordeals work, but they're not very pleasant. And the idea of putting yourself through an ideal like that once a week or twice a month as part of your professional practice is pretty outrageous. The other thing that has to be said, and this is really important, and I think anthropologists have sold this one short, experiences are what we are least able to communicate to each other. We can describe machine parts, agricultural procedures, but anything in the realm of feeling, our languages are woefully impoverished, and I don't think that's specific to English. I think it haunts all human experience, that it's hard to communicate how we feel. Well, so then there's a vast spectrum of experiences that come from plants, and I dare say most of them unpleasant. Let's start out with eating Dieffenbachia or something, which causes your throat tissues to swell up and you feel like you're strangling. Or, Amanita muscaria is a very controversial shamanic plant because some people say it's garbage, and Gordon Wasson in his last book called it the supreme entheogen of all time. Well, clearly people are they talking about different things, or are they interpreting the same experience differently? And so there are, for example, people who are fond of peyote, like, if they haven't done their homework, like to imagine that they are taking this ancient hallucinogen that has informed the lives of the Sonoran and the Indians of that area for thousands and thousands of years. Well, this is, as far as anybody can tell, complete bunk. There is no record of peyote use older than 400 or 500 years. Most of it is post-ghost dance. When you go into the old Sonoran graves, the old archaeology of the Sonoran, the Tarahumara Indians, you find Socorus secundifolia beans, the little black and red beans that you see in Mexico strung into jewelry sold along the side of the roads. That's what those Indians took for thousands and thousands of years. We have a continuous record over about 4,000 years of these seeds being buried in graves with ritual instruments indicating that they were buried with shamans. You couldn't give it away today because it is such a horrible experience. It's essentially sublethal strychnine poisoning. It can kill you effortlessly. It's clear that at some point, fairly recently, somebody tried peyote and said, my God, this stuff we've been taking for thousands and thousands of years is just horrible compared to this. This is great. And immediately there was a transfer of loyalty. And Lord knows, eating fresh peyote is no gourmet undertaking either. So the point there being, cultures tend to define experiences differently, and you can't tell what people are talking about until you really check in. Traveling around the world, you end up in certain cultures and they say, oh, we're so happy to have you here. As our honored guest, we would like you to eat some of our national food. Let's say you're in Scotland, and so they say, well, you must eat some haggis, because this is what we all eat. We all really love this. This is the best part of Scottish life. Boy, are you going to love this. Well, when it's finally served, your jaw drops in disbelief, because it's ghastly, unless you're Scotch. And well, but if you're Scotch, you dare not say so, you see, because a cultural myth has been built up around. Do Italians knock red wine? Do the French denounce truffles? Certainly not.
The origin of Scotch.
True. Pâté de foie gras is always my example. So what you have to realize is that these things are culturally defined, and often what works for the Yanomamo or the Muinani or the Witoto won't work for you. Datura is a good example. Datura is a shamanic plant used by many people throughout the world. All of them, I think, pharmacologically deprived. Otherwise, they wouldn't put up with what you have to put up with to take that stuff, And my interest, and it was practical, was to find a hallucinogen that did what I wanted it to do and didn't do anything I didn't want it to do. And what I was interested in was, first of all, hallucinations, because some people say I'm obsessed with it. Fine. My notion is that if you can see something that isn't there, that's very much more convincing than just funny thoughts, racing ideas, strange physical sensations. It's a powerful and boundary-dissolving confrontation when you confront what is not there. And so I find, and this is a heresy for sure, I'm not that fond of LSD. I think it's a very sloppy drug. I think, you feel terrible the next day. I always did. I had tight headaches, body aches. People always say, well, it was not clean, it had speed in it, it had strychnine in it. Maybe. But even the good stuff is not, and it wouldn't hallucinate for me the way I wanted it to. I could get hallucinations if I would smoke hash with it, but on its own, it was what I have described in other places as abrasively psychoanalytic, unpleasant, confrontational, and what I was interested in were hallucinations. So when I got to psilocybin, I remember after my first mushroom trip, I said, thank God we found this stuff. I'll never take LSD again. That wasn't quite true, but I'll bet I've taken it less than half a dozen times since my first psilocybin trip. So, and in terms of the chemistry of these things, my conclusion from all this fiddling is that it's the indole hallucinogens that are at the center of the mandala. They do what we want them to do with very little detrimental side effects. LSD is one of them. Ibogaine is one of them, not one widely known. We got to save something for our old age, folks. Harmine and harmaline, the beta-carbolines, when complexed with DMT, and then psilocybin, and I think that's the basic list. Well, those these are really the keys which open the lock very easily, very cleanly, very dependably. And that's where I would put all of my attention. And, you know, even in that domain, you have to be somewhat careful. My brother and I spent years tracking down a hallucinogen in the Amazon called ukuhe that was an orally active form of DMT, which remember I said that DMT is destroyed in the gut. So we were fascinated to try and find this ukuhe because we wanted to know how it was possible that it could work orally. And also the ethnographic accounts claimed that the people who used it spoke with little men. And we wanted to see these little men, to see if they were the same little men we were trying to. Well, we had 3 expeditions to the Amazon before we finally closed in on this stuff. And when we finally got it, you know, with this tremendous sense of having attained the Grail and having finally this was going to do it, this was going to be the one to... Then we took this stuff, and my God, it turned us every way but loose. Your heart feels like it's pounding its way out of the front of your chest. You vomit. You have tremoring of the limbs, on and on and on. So we go through this, live through it, wash off in the river and go looking for the shaman to lodge a complaint. And he says, yeah, well, it's hard to get used to. And so then when we get it back home to the lab and do the high-pressure gas chromatography and all the rest of it and see what's really there, you see that the genetic component of the varroa trees from which this resin is extracted it's meth. It's too many tryptamines. DMT, DET, 5-monomethyltryptamine, 5-MAO DMT, and several other cardioactive tryptamines. It looked like they'd swept the floor of an endochemist's lab to put together the components of this plant. You don't want this. You don't, because it's like taking 10 drugs at once. You know, it's all running together. You can't tell whether you're Agnes or Angus. What you want is a DMT source where when you put it in the gas chromatograph, you get one spike, that's N-dimethyltryptamine, and all the rest is cellulose, a little DNA, and that's all, some minerals and salt. If you don't have a clean source, then, you know, it's contaminated. So even that legendary shamanic hallucinogen, when actually put to the use test, wasn't able to pass it. Yeah.
Yes, going back to the DMT and mushroom psilocybin, you were talking about taking psilocybin and then doing breath control is indistinguishable from a DMT trip. If you do it correctly, you can coax it. Since this is a learning tree and you're sort of in front there, maybe you could give us an idea of what it's like to coax 5 grams into an... I mean, I'm sure you won't be able to give us all the information, but maybe you can sort of enlighten us a little bit and we can sort of work in that direction. At least I can work in that direction.
Oh, you mean how do you get at the peak of a psilocybin trip to deliver you into DMT land?
Yes, because sometimes I get a little jealous hearing you talk about DMT trip, and I sit here and say, you know, I want to find that stuff, and you know, anyway, so...
Well, the thing is, psilocybin will take you there if you have the courage and the stamina to tolerate the duration of the psilocybin revelation. So first of all, you take a heroic dose, 5, 6, 7 grams. Then, when you're peaking, well, you smoke cannabis. Then you sit in silent darkness, alone, because I think the presence of other people always pins you to the surface with this stuff. I mean, you don't need somebody else there.
No matter if they're talking or not, they can just be in the room and you're aware of that.
Just sitting there, then this is a different thing.
Yeah.
Breathing, exhaling, breathing, exhaling, and then you form an intention for it to approach you. I mean, you say, I can feel it. I mean, it's almost it's a neighborhood. It's a pharmacological neighborhood, and you know how you may go to Little Italy, but there are no Italians on the street. But if you start, you have to somehow shake them out of the nest, and you simply ask for them to appear. I always hark back to that episode of I Love Lucy, where she and Ethel are discussing how to contact the space people, and Lucy tells Ethel, she says, well, I just say, come in, little green man, come in, little green man. And yeah, it's a big laugh now, but try it on 25 milligrams of psilocybin.
Plus, I'd be grateful to know what your view at this point is of the whole UFO and contact. I'm not sure which of those questions comes first.
Well, the they of the DMT thing is these entities which you contact, although they may turn out to be toys created by someone unseen who is in fact in charge of this hyperdimensional maternity ward. But these toys, if that's what they are essentially teaching machines of some sort. They're trying to get you to perform this linguistic activity. As far as the UFO thing is concerned, I think it's well, it sort of requires some backgrounding. I think that there's something fundamentally wrong with our understanding of the world. Fundamentally wrong. And what it is that we believe that the past creates the present. That the present is the sum total of actions and situations that exist in the past. In other words, we believe that the horse pushes the cart. The horse doesn't push the cart. The cart is pulled. There is an attractor in the future. There is actually, I think of history as a bowl down whose slope we are making our way. Well, since we are in a situation where conservation of energy is important, where are we all going to end up? The bottom of the bowl, obviously. That's, if you release a marble up on the rim, it's going to make its way down the bowl to what's called the dwell point, the place where the energy requirements are such that the forward momentum of the falling ball is satisfied by meeting the resistance of the bottom of the bowl. History is like this. We are being pulled forward by an attractor. It has somehow come into the human world and has pulled us out of animal organization. If this attractor were not present, we would still probably be cheerfully slinging excrement around in the canopy of some jungle tree. But because of the attractor, we have been pulled into social organization, technology, language, community, so forth and so on. And mystics and seers and visionaries are people who have a relationship to this attractor that is different from the rest of us. They can glimpse aspects of this thing. And when I think of it this way, I always think of those the mirrored ball that they hang over the bar in a disco, and then they spin it and it throws reflections of light all over the room from the ambient lighting. Well, history is like this. The attractor at the end of time, which is below the event horizon of the present and thus impossible to anticipate its true form, sends back through time distorted reflections of itself, which, if you are struck by one of these distorted reflections, well, then you begin to preach and cure, and local conditions may damp your activity, and then you're what's called a nut. But if, in fact, local conditions support your activity so that you become a meme spreader, then you're suddenly a Messiah, a teacher, a Buddha, a Christ, a Mohammed. That's what these people were. They were people who were, for reasons mysterious to themselves, I'm sure, in a relationship of resonance with the transcendental object, such that they, in a sense, embodied it. Well, in our own era, because of technology, and Jung was on to this when he wrote his book in 1948 called Flying Saucers, a Modern Myth of Things Seen in the Sky. He said, the flying saucer is an image of the self that is haunts the skies of Earth as a compensatory effect to our alienation. Well, I think that that's exactly what's going on, except that he didn't realize how nuts and bolts that explanation was. The UFO is a mirage being cast backward into time by the transcendental object at the end of time. And that's why it has such a hair-raising aura of weirdness about it. It isn't a ship from another star system. I mean, how could anyone reasonably entertain that idea, given the distances in time and what you find when you get here? I mean, who would make that trip who had any reasonable way to spend their time? It's a compensatory image that haunts time, because time is a kind of hologram. Time is a fractal. And fractal means that the same pattern is embedded again and again in a relationship of self-similarity. So, because the transcendental object exists somewhere ahead of us in history, there must necessarily be a tiny part of it somewhere nearby. And this is what the UFO is, I think. And this is why nobody's ever going to show you a chunk of it, and they're never going to put an extraterrestrial on network television, because it isn't that kind of a creature. It's a compensatory image from the end of time. This leads me to an aspect of what I wanted to talk, or what I very briefly and obliquely indicated this morning, which was when I was talking about how we're halfway through history, but the rest of it has to happen in only 30 years. I think that we're moving towards something called concrescence. This isn't my word, it's Alfred North Whitehead's word. I think you can tell what it means. It means everything melts together into one thing. I think that from the very birth of the universe, this is bigger than the human species, bigger than the life of the earth. From the very first moments of the universe's existence, it has been itself under the domain, under the influence of an attractor. And this attractor is pulling everything into tighter and tighter states of self-reflective resonance. And that now we are very close to this concrescent event, and that in fact human history, I called it the shock wave of eschatology, but I didn't talk much about what eschatology is, because, well, first of all, it lies below the event horizon of the present historical epoch, but it won't always. It could rise above the horizon at any time, 2000, 1996, you name it. But we have been too long under the spell of the idea that only the past creates the present. The present is actually largely created by appetite for the future. And this would seem to me a highly improbable idea had I not taken psychedelics and gotten this hyperdimensional view of the system that we're living in. And then you can see that, yes, history is not a random walk. It's not a series of undirected random fluctuations. History is a process of fractal self-complexification that builds on whatever it has achieved. And so upon the complexity of animal organization is laying the complexity of human language. Upon the complexity of human language is laid the complexity of symbolic signification of that language, i.e. writing. Upon writing is laid electronic technology, and so forth and so on. So we are, in a sense, in the act of giving birth to or creating the object of our theologies, which is a kind of god or goddess, depending on, how you slice into it, how you feel about it. And the UFO is simply an indicator that we are so close now to encountering the concrescent transcendental object that it's able to haunt the skies of Earth and the imaginations of people who live in trailer parks. This is, you have to remember that history itself is a violation of the laws of nature, and history and its consequences are all around us. We don't have to argue about whether is history happening. I mean, if obviously it's happening, we're embedded late in it. But it's caused by the fact that ordinary nature, the nature of glaciers, chipmunks, anthills, termite nests, and whale pods, has come, at least in the case of our species, under the influence of something which is literally fastened onto us and is now recreating us in its image. It's taking a monkey body and it's saying, stand it up, slide the eyes around to the front, oppose the thumb, shed the hair, enlarge the brain, put ideas into the brain, so forth and so on. I mean, we are being recast as something unimaginable to the rest of nature. And we are now fairly close to figuring out what this is. This is why we are able to talk about human-machine symbiosis, virtual reality, downloading ourselves to the size of viruses in a nanotechnological domain, stuff like that.
You say that the index of compressors to look at this current version flap is basically said to do with contact heating and impregnation. What's his name at Harvard, the psychiatrist who's actually been booked now. A number of people he's worked with who claim to have had fertilization.
Yeah, I agree with your idea that it's an index of the depth of concrescence, though muddied by shrewd public relations types who are making a living off this stuff. I think the crop circles are a more honest indication of how close we are to the transcendental body. I interviewed the person you mentioned at Harvard for a film we did in Prague a few months ago, and
His name was?
I'm avoiding.
Oh.
And I had to ask him halfway through the interview, I said, well, do you detect anything in your own psychological makeup which makes you unfit to be doing this work? That was after he told me that he'd interviewed 500 women who had had fetuses removed from their bodies by space people. And he said, you know, the amazing thing about this is there are no physical scars at all. And I said, well, what does it suggest to you? And he said, advanced surgical techniques of which we have no knowledge. And I'm just, my craft detector went AWOL on that answer. The rules of evidence are not in suspension for the new age. And, you know, people who recall their lifetime as the barber of Nefertiti or whatever have serious problem with what I call the rules of evidence. They don't seem to have ever heard of Occam's razor, which you study logic for 10 minutes and they tell you about Occam's razor. Do you all know what this is? It's a simple idea. Keep it next to you. Hypotheses should not be multiplied without necessity. And there are a lot of unnecessary hypotheses running around, especially in the New Age domain. I would study the impregnation effect more as an example of mass hysteria because, you know, being in the position that I am in, supposedly a revered teacher and a person of great insight and all this hoopla and crapola, you occasionally get invited to dinner with the movers and shakers, and then you hear what's said when not on stage, and I have to tell you, there's enough cynicism to satisfy a Renaissance pope among these people. They are taking the rest of us for a ride in many cases.
Terence, well, Danny and I last night were discussing like what this transcendental object. We were enumerating a list of things that it could possibly be, and as you say, the casted reflection and so forth. How is it that, say, for example, the ayahuasqueros, in Pablo Amaringo's drawings, there's a UFO motif in one of his drawings. What is that?
You mean, do they see UFOs?
What are they? What is it that they see? When is it? Because they specifically identify this motif as separate from the rest of the drawings. in one of Shaman's drum magazines, I believe.
Well, I'm giving the UFO a slightly different status than this stuff I'm dumping on. I think the UFO is real, or that there is a real phenomenon. The problem is, what is the phenomenon? And it's why someone who sees a spinning disk in the sky assumes then an entire theology about friendly extraterrestrials coming to help us out. And why do they assume that? What they've seen is a spinning disk in the sky, for crying out loud. Maybe what they saw was a spinning disk in the sky. Not there are two phenomena here which are entangled inextricably and unfortunately for the intellectually honest. There's the UFO. Who knows what that is? And then there's the UFO community. And the UFO community is just fraught with the most crack-brained, peculiar, self-serving, unstable, mush-minded group of people you would ever hope to get together in one place. I mean, it's like a magnet for screwballs. I mean, people who like to wear diamond tiaras and give themselves funny names, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the tremendously fascinating and ambiguous phenomenon of strange things seen in the sky. I mean, I went through this, I'm not talking as an outsider. I had a UFO encounter that was a deeper encounter than most of the people who run around pontificating about UFOs. And I will, at the risk of boring you yet again with this story, tell the story. I was in the Amazon. I was having all these revelations about time and one thing and another, and I noticed a place in the sky where there was a spectrogrammatic diffraction of some sort. It wasn't a rainbow. It was a colored smudge in the sky. And I was lightly but continually intoxicated on mushrooms during this period. And it said, "Watch there." It was in the southwest. And I really didn't need to be told, but it said, "Watch there." So I sat up one night, all night, on this rock by a lake, watching the southwest. And around 4:30 in the morning, with essentially a perfectly clear sky, except that off the Amazon jungle, local mist rises. And so about 1.5 miles away from me on the horizon was a line of what looked to me like a little fog bank. And as light broke over this situation, I noticed, I couldn't tell whether it had been doing this or it began doing it as things got lighter, but I noticed that this fog bank was rolling in place, like a pencil rolled between your fingers, which I had never seen a fog do that. I thought, what a strange thing. And as I watched it stretched out across the horizon, it gently broke into 4 equal-sized pieces. So now I'm looking at 4 gray lenticular clouds spaced out along the horizon about 1.5 miles away from me across this lake. So I'm watching, and I'm getting eager, and I'm getting excited. And as I watch these 4 lenticular clouds, 2 and 2 merge. Now I'm looking at 2 denser, grayer, dark gray, darker than storm clouds, these 2 things on the horizon. And as I watch, the 4 became 2, the 2 become 1. And at that point, faintly, I could hear the whee, whee, whee sound of 1950s science fiction UFOs, a la The Day the Earth Stood Still, They Came from Outer Space, so forth and so on. And I see, my God, this thing is starting toward me, and the sound is getting louder. And at that point, there was like a complete conversion in an instant, and my whole body went cold, and I realized they're coming for me. This is it, you know. Prepare to be beamed up, Scotty. And everybody was asleep in a hut about 70 feet up this mud embankment. I was down by the river and the lake, and I said, and it flashed in my mind, I have to get a witness. There must be a witness. And I looked over my shoulder at the mud bank. The thing was coming at me. I half stood up. My knees were so weak. I sat back down, and I just prepared to depart this planet, this dimension. And as it came, I could see it, and it was getting closer and closer. I could see rivets on the underside. I could see the running lights. And as it got closer and closer, I realized that what I was looking at was the end cap of a 1932 Hoover vacuum cleaner. The very end cap that George Adamski had suspended on a piece of nylon thread in his garage and photographed with his Brownie Instamatic to produce the famous UFO photograph of the UFO with the 3 balls on the underside and the ribbing going around, right? That photograph has been utterly debunked. Computer analysis of it by modern techniques, it's bullshit. And there it was, 40 feet in diameter, coming after me across the Amazon treetops. Well, then, and I just went bananas at that point, and then it passed over not more than 200 feet above my head. Turning slowly, I could see the 3 balls, I could see everything. I could see it. And I understood then that what it was it was more shocking than a real UFO, because it had its disconfirmation built into it. I was having an experience which you couldn't tell anybody about. What would the editor of We Love UFOs magazine say if you told him that story? He'd say, "Get out of here." You know, we don't print stories like that. We're interested in real UFOs.
Did it impart information to you of some sort? Because apparently you've been knighted the person to speak about mushrooms in such a way that you're actually, and some people do say that Terence Mckenna may be an alien being himself incarnate.
Well, only people who are in litigation with me. I think what it was telling me, it was a perfect Zen lesson. It was saying, don't believe in UFOs. They're the end caps of 1932 Hoover vacuum cleaners, expand to 40 feet in diameter and flying through your mind.
So you have to question everything.
Yeah, it's saying, you know, you can't replace one stupid hypothesis, there aren't UFOs, with another stupid hypothesis, we're being visited by benevolent creatures from another world. You have to get a little more depth here if you want to be the alien ambassador. Yeah.
The alien ambassador.
Well, the crop circles, I'm now less sure about the crop circles. What I liked about them was that they appeared at a certain point in time, and then each year there were more of them. And I figured that we could take how many there are each year and draw a curve and reach a conclusion about how far away in the future the source of them was. Because if they are, it's almost as though the UFO leaves no trace. I mean, the burn marks on the ground, but already you're into dubiousness, because who has ever seen these burn marks? Only the editors of these UFO magazines and their willing sycophants. I mean, you and I have not seen these burn marks. We've seen photographs of funny stuff on the ground, and we're told that's it. The crop circle leaves a trace that is enduring. But the problem I have with the crop circles, and it's odd how you never hear this discussed, is that nobody has ever seen one come into existence. We get before, and we get after, but how come we never get during? Do they appear instantly? If they appear instantly, that would be pretty convincing. Just glance, it's not there. Glance, it's there. You would figure, yeah.
There's the guy who's doing a lot of the research is Colin Andrews. He's doing a lot of research on this, and I've got a recording. This is basically how he described it. They were waiting and setting up in this area to try and record some of this going on, and this is opening up, and all of a sudden, the recorders are running, and all of a sudden they all stand up because there's this incredibly strange, powerful sounding buzz of some kind that comes from far away, it just comes zooming up and comes past them over this little ride. Okay, and it takes them all of maybe 45 seconds or a minute to get to the top of the rise, and they're on the other side of the rise, and the crop circle that wasn't there when it started setting up. So apparently, and Richard Hoagland talks about this too.
Don't get me started.
Okay.
Don't get me started. Bad works of art on a scale of miles are not what we should expect from intelligent visitors from the stars. Here's what isn't it a little weird? First of all, let me say, I'm open-minded about the crop circles. But let's also not be silly. Isn't it a little peculiar that this phenomenon appears within driving distance of the apartments of the people most likely to chronicle and proclaim it as a manifestation of telluric energy from another dimension? In other words, what if it had been happening in Turkmenistan? Then you would have something, but then how would John Michel and Colin Andrews and all these people have been able to make a living off of it? There are a number of things that are really weird about the crop circles. First of all, we're talking southern England here. The place is littered with RAF bases, nuclear weapons depots, intercontinental missile delivery systems, so forth and so on. And we're asked to believe that the Ministry of Defense is utterly unconcerned about the fact that the airspace of Great Britain is being violated night after night after night by a mysterious agency that, if it can snap the stem of a wheat stalk, could throw the switch on an electrical device of some sort. The British establishment is utterly unconcerned by the crop circle.
They're not necessarily sure it comes from above.
Well, but wherever it's coming from, if you had a nuclear weapons depot, I think you would be Johnny at the raffle to find out what's going on.
Didn't you read, like last year, the year before, like these two guys came forward and said that they perpetrated a hoax and something?
Right, and all that did was muddy the waters. Well, it did one good thing. It finished it can't be done by human beings position. We now know, Rupert and all these people, Rupert, believe it or not, is the plant pathologist who serves on the board of the Cereologist, which is the main publication that is booming this. They held a contest in July where you paid £50, you were assigned a 5-acre plot, you had from 10 at night until 4 in the morning. There were, I think, 16 entries. Everybody was given the same design. And at dawn, judges helicoptered over the sites and then made a ground inspection. And 3 of the contestants produced crop circles that were indistinguishable from the real thing. Beautiful crop circles. And I'm getting this from believers. This is what Rupert reluctantly informed me of. I think that, one theory is that it's a particle beam weapon being tested from space. But tested 750 times in the last 18 months in the same small part of England?
Never cover their track.
I don't know. I came up with 2 theories that do not require telluric intervention or friendly extraterrestrials. First theory. A whole lot of people, first of all, it's killed the UFO industry in England. You can't give away UFO sightings at this point. So all of these people, it all is happening near Glastonbury and down where the old earthworks are. It's occurring in an area where there is the largest concentration of people likely to hail it as a paranormal phenomenon on the surface of the earth, and they have done so. They have made outrageous statements. Statements like, no human being could do this, it's impossible to explain this, so forth and so on. Well, now imagine that something like MI5, you know what that is, it's the English CIA, looks at the rise of paganism in Britain, earthworks, channeling, all of this stuff, and says, this threatens church and state. We need to create a disinformation situation. Let's lure these people out onto a limb, way out onto a limb, and then let's cut the limb off. So what you do is you create this pseudo-paranormal phenomenon. You get John Mitchell, Colin Andrews, all these people to proclaim its weirdness, and then you reveal that it's easily duplicated. That's one theory. In other words, the British establishment is undercutting paganism by luring these people into saying too much. But that's not my favorite theory.
Well, that's not the problem. What's your favorite?
Oh, my favorite theory is much better. Because the question is, how do you make these things? When you actually go to the crop circles, what do you see? This is a Sherlock Holmes type deal. Sherlock Holmes could handle the crop circles. There's the arm tied behind his back, I think. When you go to the crop circles, here it is, the crop circle. Mysterious, unearthly, portending who knows what. And what else is there? Well, the press and the sightseers and yourself and an extraordinary number of Japanese tourists. Now,
Economics.
you're getting close. The Japanese press has followed the crop circle phenomenon more avidly than any other press in the world outside of England. Every new crop circle, it appears, photographs and discussion. It is huge in Japan. Japan, they're obsessed with this stuff. I think that what might be going on, this is certainly a lot more likely than extraterrestrials or telluric forces. Do you all know what MIDI is? It's the Ministry of Trade and Industry. It's this enormous organization in Japan which coordinates technological development and marketing. It's what we're talking about when we say Japan Incorporated. I think that this is a MIDI research project, and that these Japanese tourists, which are ever present at these sites, some of them are drawn from a centuries-old tradition of ninja stem snappers who, at a given signal, are able to hurl away their Nikons, rush into the corn, and in the matter of a few minutes create these things, then put their cameras back on and their sunglasses back on, and take up their deep cover as Japanese tourists. Now, why would MIDI do such a thing? What's in it for them? It's a semiotics project. They are studying the impact of symbols on the Western mind. The closest thing to these crop circles, if you look at a complete encyclopedia of them, are the pottery marks made by master potters in medieval Japan on their ceramics. Almost all of the crop circles, except the frivolous ones. Like, for instance, how about the fact that the symbol of the Cereologist magazine was done in one of these things?
I was at that one with Ruby.
Yeah. These things, it's got humor behind it. I mean, it's a grand silliness of some sort. I'm willing to be proven wrong. I grappled with it like everybody else for 6 months, but the density of flakiness around it is incredible. And the number of people whose private agendas are being served by this. I mean, if it were happening north of Hudson Bay, there'd be no money in it. You have to be able to drive there from central London in order for it to work. Well, then people always say, well, but it's happening all over the world, my good man. Haven't you heard? Show me. Show me. It's not happening all over the world. Some clumsy attempts appeared in Kentucky, and there was something in Germany, and so forth and so on. But it's really hair-raising to be among these people and to see how uncommitted to finding out what it is they are, and how totally committed they are to preserving it from rational inspection. They don't want to talk about, any alternative other than whatever the pet theory of the week is about how it's happening. Now, I see it as part of the ingression into novelty. Things are going to get weirder and weirder. There's no doubt about that. But it doesn't mean that there is a conscious extraterrestrial agency. I mean, I find it pretty weird that there are 500 women who think they have fetuses removed from their bodies by extraterrestrials. That's so weird that suggesting that it's true seems a little like overkill to me. I mean, what is going on that would make a woman do that sort of thing? There's always, if you're a careful observer of one of these things, there's always, Jacques Vallée wrote about this, a residuum of absurdity that is suppressed by the witness, because the witness knows that if they told the whole story, their story is not credible. This is called, the built-in absurdity of these paranormal things. And when somebody tells you a story about a UFO encounter that does not have this element of self-contradicting absurdity in it, they're manipulating the evidence to make it seem more woo-woo-woo, I think. And I'm not a rationalist, except, I've seen things that violated the laws of physics. I believe the laws of physics can be violated. I believe there may well be extraterrestrials somewhere in the universe.
Do you believe the Voynich manuscripts may have something to do with some type of alien intelligence?
No, I think the Voynich manuscript is a solved problem, and that this guy Leo Levertoff's translation is correct. What he found was, it was a Catharite manual for the dying. That's much more exciting than trying to claim it as a book from another dimension, because now we gain an insight into what Catharism was really about. I think there is a residuum of the irrational and the paranormal, but these things like flying saucers and Atlantis and the crop circles, they're like viruses upon the healthy body of language. There's something wrong with language and communication because it's never as you imagine it's going to be. And people are being sold a phenomenon that if they were to go, they would discover that aspects of it were suppressed or misrepresented. The people who are dealing with the cross circles are having a great time. It's the longest drinking party on record in that part of England. I guess I should say this, because I know it's a bummer to have your favorite weird thing dumped on. But my technique, which I recommend to you, is don't believe anything. If you believe in something, you are automatically precluded from believing its opposite. Therefore, you have given up a portion of your freedom, and freedom is the dearest thing we've got. You don't have to believe anything. You can just provisionally work your way through stuff. And then probe the edges. The edges will satisfy. I think that the proper way to contact the other is with hard-headed rationalism exercised under weird conditions. I went to India, visited some of these yoga people and accomplished saints. I'm telling you, for my money, it was hokum. There was an ulterior agenda, either having the wish to relieve you of your cash or to violate some body cavity. That was the ulterior agenda. When I went to the Amazon with the same attitude of skepticism and talked to the shamans there, they delivered the goods. If somebody, so you just investigate these things, and the key question is, what can you show me? If they've got it, they can show it. There's no mumbo-jumbo around the real thing. But if they say, oh, well, the tape recordings miraculously erased themselves last night, or we'll show you, but you have to sweep up around the ashram for a dozen years to prove you're worthy, or, you are not worthy. That's the one where you head for the door. You are not worthy. The real thing is the real thing, for crying out loud. It can be displayed. It doesn't require this weird, fuzzy relationship of worth and insight and so forth and so on. And that's how I got to psychedelics. Psychedelics work. If you think that I'm bullshitting you, go home and take 5 grams of mushrooms in silent darkness, and then we'll talk. That's the sine qua non. But it'll work on demand. I'm not saying and wait 40 years, or purify yourself, or get your aura stitched up, or any of the rest of it. It'll work. It'll blow your mind to shreds. It's real. This other stuff is just, all these gurus, they need to find honest work. They need to join the rest of us in contemplating the mystery of reality. They don't know what they're talking about. If they knew what they were talking about, they wouldn't have to shuffle the deck when you're out of the room. And that's what's going on. Somebody must be outraged, insulted, and terribly disappointed. Yeah.
Getting back to the DMT.
Enough of this.
You have the same experience each time you take it under similar conditions. Do other people report the same things, the same teaching machines? And how does it relate to near-death experience? On the other side.
In order. Yes, I do have the same experience each time I take it.
Do they say nice to see you again?
They say you've sent so many, but you come so rarely. And then the more interesting question, do other people see it?
Get a permission.
Yeah, do I get a permission? Do other people see it? What I've thought about this question a lot because it's a question of communication. If they saw it, could they tell me? If they told me in their language, would I understand what they were telling me? And what I've decided is that the experience is an archetype. It's the archetype of the circus. Why? Don't ask me why. I don't know why. But for instance, I've listened to many, many people talk about their DMT experiences, and inevitably, this is the box into which it will fit. I gave it to a woman once up in Washington, an anthropologist. It was a subthreshold dose because she coughed. I could tell she didn't get it. And when she came down, she said, it was the saddest carnival I've ever been to. She said the rides weren't open. The tents were shuttered and there were little gum papers blowing between the things, the stands. The circus is an interesting archetype because it has a number of facets. First of all, you have the three central rings under the big top. That's the dome. And in the central ring, there's light and color and clowns. Remember that Maria Sabina called the mushrooms the little clowns. And these clowns, the circus is for children. And when you take DMT, one of the things I didn't mention in my description of it is you have a peculiar impression of your own body geometry. Your head seems to be very large in relationship to your torso. You are, in fact, an infant in some sense. You become a child. This leads to thinking about the 52nd fragment of Heraclitus, which says the aeon is a child at play with colored balls. Nobody knows what this saying means, but it's persisted for about 3,000 years, so it must mean something. But outside the three rings, there's another aspect to the circus. It is spun into eros, because above the center ring and up near the top of the dome is the beautiful woman with long blonde hair and the tiny, skimpy, spangled costume, and very complicated narrative-type dream, and the alarm rings, and by the time your feet hit the floor and you stagger into the shower, it's gone. It's not partially gone, it's all gone. And all you can say is, I was having this amazing dream. I have no idea what it was. The DMT thing can leave you just that quickly. And also, and I think this has a bearing on this, they have studied the production of DMT in normal metabolism, and it peaks in normal human beings between 3 and 4 a.m. This is when the deep dreaming is going on. This is when the intense REM states are being experienced. So I think that where the dead and the living get together is in the dream time. Australian Aborigines have been trying to tell us this for as long as we would listen. And also, a lot of people, it's possible to repress it very, very quickly. I think, for instance, I've seen people, one way you can tell if someone has really gotten a good DMT trip is they lay down, they become very still, but if you look closely at their face with their eyes closed, you can see that their eyes are moving wildly underneath their closed eyelids. This is because they're in REM state, and they are watching the whatever it is they're seeing. They are looking at it. I remember giving DMT to a person years and years ago, a person who might have been a candidate for the description psychologically fragile. And it was clear that she got it because she was a hash smoker, and she took 3 or 4 enormous hits, laid down, her eyes were wildly rotating around in her head. When she came out of it, said, "What was it?" Said, "It was nothing. I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything at all. And furthermore, I don't think I want to have anything more to do with you." And didn't. Well, I think that this is something that it only shows as much of it as you can stand. And some of us cannot stand much at all. This occurs with psilocybin as well. I've had experiences with psilocybin where I've said to it, after hours of hallucinations of one sort and another, I finally say, you know, what I'm really interested in is your true essence. Can you show me what you are for yourself rather than for me? What are you for yourself? Well, then it's just like a cold wind blows through and black velvet curtains begin to rise. And after 30 seconds of this, you just say, that's enough of what you are for yourself. Because you can tell it's headed in a direction you can't tolerate at all. You can't stand. I have a friend who said of psilocybin, he said, my goal every time I take it is to stand more of what it really is. And this is why it's incredibly kind to beginners. Beginners basically need have no fear if they will regulate the dose reasonably, because it wants to recruit you. And so it says, you know, here it is, whatever you wanted, aliens, outer space, elves, erotic imagery, here it is. Doesn't this feel safe? See, we're not so bad. We're your friends. We're not like all the others. Come back soon. It's after you gain familiarity with it where it says, you know, there are aspects to me that we've never really talked about. Say, oh yeah? Like what? Well, like this. No. Let's go back to the Disney loop.
How close is the DMT that you smoke compared to the brain DMT that we all have running through? Is there different, like N-dimethyltryptamine and what's in our brain?
No, it's the same thing.
Exactly the same?
It's the same thing. DMT occurs in 2 forms, the salt and the hydrochloride, and both forms occur. Well, no, I'm not sure that both forms occur in metabolism, but the only difference is that one is water-soluble and the other isn't.
So basically, then again, we are holding, then. I mean, if DMT is illegal, then what we have in our brain running through us is considered illegal.
Yeah, we are potentially bustable. You know, in light of what I said, one of the most interesting frontiers that the New Age has brought forward that I think bears more serious study than the channelings of Amenhotep's barber and all that, is lucid dreaming.
Yeah.
Lucid dreaming, if it, I don't know whether those people, I don't know those people personally, I don't know what their motivation is, but if it's true that you can take control of the dream state, then this would be something worth spending even a lot of time on, because the dream state is more like the tryptamine geography than anything else. One of the most fascinating things about DMT that should certainly be mentioned, as long as we're exhausting ourselves on this subject, is once you've had DMT, once you've smoked it and this experience has occurred, you can have a dream years later in which you're with a bunch of people and something's going on and you enter the atrium of the Hotel California and you take a floor to the basement or something, and then you're in a room with people and someone whips out a little glass pipe and you smoke it, and it happens. It doesn't sort of happen. It happens 100%. That means that's exciting data, because that means that we have the wherewithal to trigger this experience in ourselves on the natch, at least while we're asleep. And I presume that with sufficient patience and subtlety and biofeedback equipment, and I don't know what you would take, but if you spend $1 million, you could probably deliver it on time. We can trigger this most intense of all hallucinogenic ecstasies, most boundary dissolving of all possible human experiences on the natch. But we have to somehow find our way to the button. And apparently, in normal waking consciousness, it isn't there. I spent a lot of time, I didn't mean to be so flip about the UFOs. I spent years trying to think about the UFOs and studied all the theories. One that I still may be part of the truth is maybe it is so that we generate and sequester DMT somewhere in our brain, and under unusual situations, this sequestered DMT can suddenly be dumped into the brain fluid or into the bloodstream, and then you have a DMT experience or some kind of quasi-DMT-like experience. Because I read an interesting paper a few years ago. I can't remember the name of the guy who wrote it. It was an anthropological paper. It was called The Felt Presence in Unusual Environments. And it talked about how it is apparently a basic trait of human beings to, when in the wilderness, especially unfamiliar wilderness, people sense something there. The felt presence in unusual environments. Well, it may be that, now, imagine if you're in the wilderness in a situation not entirely familiar to you, so that you're edging up toward this felt presence thing, and suddenly DMT stored in your brain is, for some reason, perhaps a pathological reason that it shouldn't happen, but it's shunted into your brain. Well, now, suddenly, you feel there's something here, there's someone here, there's someone with me. The hair on the back of your neck stands up. And then you see coming toward you a disturbance in your perceptual field. Now, you're supposed to be alone. There isn't supposed to be a disturbance in your perceptual input. But there is. You are alarmed. It may be dangerous. You must identify what this is. Well, every one of us carries around inside us a cultural inventory of what weird events might possibly be. If you're a medieval peasant farming the hills of Tuscany, and this happens, you immediately conclude that it's the Virgin, or it's an angel. And lo and behold, as it comes closer, it clothes itself in heavenly raiment, and it is the Virgin. And so you are encountering the Virgin. Well, now, what if you're a Southern California steeped in the religious faiths of Malibu, and this happens to you? You will conclude, my God, it's a UFO. I mean, haven't you been with people who every airplane that flies over, they're willing to proclaim is an extraterrestrial intervention? It's because this explanation lies very close to the surface. When we don't know what something is, we want to know, we want to English it, we want to name it, and we grasp the nearest thing at hand. It's very important to avoid this reflex in order to see what is it really. What is it really? Let it be what it is. Yeah.
4 small points. On that one, I noticed I did a book in '73 on the flat that was going on then, and I interviewed perhaps 500 people. And in a large number, they would start with it's a traditional poetic to it's called negative parallelism, where you identify, negate, identify, negate. So they would start, it looked like a low-flying plane. No, it was too low. It looked like a semi with its out-of-order lights on. And only as the third or fourth identification, which is traditional to classic tropes of the 13th century, would they identify it as, I got a UFO. Point one. Another one, the strangest one, was an old lady in Texas, and I said, how did you know it was a UFO? And she said, because it had UFO printed on the undercarriage.
I like that.
The next one was a judge. I went down to Pascagoula. It was the Hickson and Parker.
Famous case.
I've got to see them again because I want to see how they've done over there.
Very interesting case.
And the judge and clerk of courts and 2 other people were riding home during that period, and 2 of them in the car saw a UFO and the others couldn't see it. So let's say one saw it because the EMT dropped at some time. Another was his clerk and decided he better see it. And the other 2 were just straight. Last point. There's a guy called Orfeo Angelucci, who was an early contactee who gave me a useful handle on kind of talk about working the edges. He was out and he met the captain of the ship, and the ship's captain said during the interview, would you go and get me a bottle of soda pop? And then they went on with their event. So I began looking for what I called the soda pop factor. You know, where there was an element or more than one element absolutely unrelated to the story that was somehow a touch of human
an intrusion.
Intrusion, yeah. Unnecessary intrusion.
Well, let me say one thing about it. You don't even have to be cynical to the point of believing in the Pascagoula situation that the second guy saw the UFO because he was the clerk. These drug molecules have resonant rings. They are aromatics. It may be that there's a pheromone thing happening here, and that a state of mind can be transferred to from one person to another through body odor. This may be how the states of telepathy are achieved on psilocybin, because you do smell funny, and this smell may be more than funny. It may be carrying information. There's a very interesting phenomenon that is well documented called allophrenia. Do you all know what allophrenia is? Allophrenia is when a friend of yours gets put in the hospital for schizophrenia, and you, being a good Samaritan, decide to take them a box of candy, and during the visit to your friend, you behave so bizarrely that you don't get to leave the hospital. Allophrenia. Schizophrenic behavior on the part of non-schizophrenics in the presence of schizophrenics. I've experienced this. I had a friend, I visited him in the hospital, and the way, here's how it works, it's really interesting. I visited my friend in the hospital. He was nutty as a fruitcake, but he was my friend, and he was talking 90 to nothing, so I wanted to communicate with him. So instead of saying to every single statement he made, I don't understand you, you're nuts, that makes no sense whatsoever, I began trying to agree with him, trying to understand him, and then it sort of got the momentum of a game going where he would say, you know, I'm really Sirhan, and I would say, yes, but your teacup is on backwards. And a doctor walking into this situation would have a hard time telling who's nuts and who's not. Well, was that because I decided to play along with him, or why did I decide? There was an ambiance that gave permission for erratic, irrational, peculiar behavior. And I suppose if you were borderline schizophrenic in that situation, that's all it would take to push you over the edge.
Do you think, I know you're probably thinking about that Wiener's ECM stuff.
Yeah.
You told me about it yourself. But I find I just recently read all those papers again, and I think you're really right that there is some it's what he calls the olfactory subconscious, that there is perception below what is olfactorily normally perceived, and this is profound information transformation, messages that are perceived and stuff. Yeah, I think that there could be something to it.
Yeah, people who study human behavior have noted that when a person enters a room full of people, unconsciously, the first thing they do is they take a deep breath. What that's doing is giving you a whole bunch of information. And you can tell, you can say, I walked into the room and the vibes were terrible because Herbert had just slugged Alice 3 minutes before and everybody was freaking out about it. Or I just walked into the room and I could tell something weird was happening, but I couldn't figure out what it was. And what it was Alice and Fred heard me coming, so he took his hand out of her blouse as I opened the door. This kind of thing. In other words, information that is coming in through the olfactory senses. There are psychiatrists who diagnose schizophrenia by what they call the sniff test. You know, this is one of the most subtle and difficult of all mental dysfunctions to diagnose, and some people just lean over your anterior fontanelle and take a hit and say, him to therapy, her to release, and him to medication, because they are confident enough that the smell will do it. There's even one theory of schizophrenia that holds that what schizophrenia is a dysfunctional pheromone system, so that you, who are the schizophrenic, your real problem is that you smell funny, not stink. People aren't aware of that, but it's that there's something about you that causes people to treat you strangely. And you, reacting to being treated strangely by people, get weirder. And they, reacting to you getting weirder, treat you more and more strangely. So what you have here is a feedback cycle that ends with nets being dropped over you and you taken away. But the original cause was that there was you were giving off a chemical which made people treat you in a way that caused you to react to them adversely, and that started the cycle going.
Or they say that you perceived olfactory hallucinations, not that you just smelled weirdly, but that you perceived.
Oh, that you were misinterpreting incoming.
That's right. There's a whole section when you're talking about olfactory hallucinations.
The reason we're talking so much about this is because if you look at these pheromone molecules and lay them next to these drug molecules, it's all one family. These are all small planar molecules. There's even one area where it comes together pretty spectacularly. That is, in the pineal gland of human beings, there's a great deal of, something like 12% of the brain's energy is being channeled into the pineal gland. Well, if you know anything about evolutionary theory, you know that you don't waste energy in unnecessary functions or you become extinct. So there's a reason why 12% of the brain's energy is being channeled into the pineal gland, though we don't know what it is. Well, then when you look at what's going on in the pineal, a neural compound called adeneroglumerotropane is being transduced by light into melatonin. Well, this compound, adeneroglumerotropane, in ordinary biochemical nomenclature, is 6-methoxy-tetrahydroharmalan. It's a near relative of the compounds in the ayahuasca. Well, so then a reasonable question is to ask, well, then what's happening to all this melatonin that is being produced in the pineal? Well, then if you tag it and follow its path through the metabolic system, you discover that the stuff is making its way quite directly to the surface of the skin. And then it's volatilizing away. What's happening here? A hallucinogenic molecule is being turned into a... and in the very center of the brain, and this pheromone is then hurrying on its way to the surface of the skin, where it volatilizes off and affects the ambient social environment in which you're living. This begins to look like a system of neurotransmitters and neuroregulators that operate not only within the body, but on the surface of the body and in the ambient social environment. Yeah.
I don't know if this relates to, I'm not a chemist or anything like that. There was this stuff on the market called tryptophan, I believe.
Right, it's an amino acid.
Amino acid, and it was taken off the market not too long ago.
Yes.
And supposedly it made you dream, your dreams more clear or more vivid, something like that.
Well, it's the precursor for DMT. If you wanted to make DMT in the laboratory, tryptophan would be one of the pathways that you could start from. The reason tryptophan was taken off the market, there was a lot of confusion initially, but it was a poisoned batch. It turned out all of the world's tryptophan was coming from one enormous stainless steel vat near Nagoya, and that it had been infected by a bacterium. And so, we're stuck with the fact that tryptophan will probably never again be available in health food stores. But it wasn't tryptophan that was the culprit. I knew someone whose life was completely messed up by
From the tryptophan?
From the poisoned tryptophan.
From the poisoned tryptophan. So by taking the tryptophan, then it caused DMT to be more...
Well, no, saying it that way is saying too much. We don't know that. All we can say is tryptophan is an amino acid. It's used in the biosynthesis of many different compounds, including DMT. DMT peaks when dream states are peaking, and tryptophan does seem to induce deeper dreaming.
That sort of correlation makes sense.
It's a rational case. We could sit here, sometime we could have a weekend entirely devoted to thinking of simple experiments that could be done in the laboratory with and without human beings if only these things weren't illegal. I mean, there is so much to be learned and so little work being done because it's not sanctioned. I mean, my brother is a pharmaceutical chemist, pharmacologist, plant physiologist, and his professional life is very touch and go because he's known to be a hallucinogen man, and they don't hire you, they don't publish you, they don't fund you, they don't want to know. You have to be a very dedicated person to stick with hallucinogenic chemistry when you could get over into something else and make a lot of money.
So you don't see a conspiracy then with the tryptophan being taken off the market because it made dreams being more vivid? You see it as just a bad batch? I mean, I made the connection without just thinking that I'm not a conspiracist, but it seemed to me awfully funny that was taken off and was being made by one batch and that batch got tampered with or whatever.
Well, there may have been some form of hanky-panky, but in all fairness, there are many approaches to the synthesis of DMT. Indole is probably what most chemists would probably prefer to start from indole. And indole is an industrial precursor used in so many hundreds of ways that you could never push indole off the market. You'd have to reinvent half the pharmaceutical industry.
But where I'm going with that is, I'm talking about just being able to get it from a health food store. Here with tryptophan, and it made your dreams more vivid. I don't know if that's what people are using it for. I don't think so. But here it was. So maybe they felt that people were dreaming too much, and so they were having too vivid dreams that, hey, we can't have this anymore. We've got to sort of get it off the market. Maybe.
I think probably as long as you're asleep, they're fine about it. It's when you wake up that they get nervous. As long as you keep your eyes closed or you're glued to the boob tube, they're quite happy to minimalize you, marginalize you, and make you larval. Yeah.
I was thinking about this thing with the elves and so forth, and I was also thinking about it in relationship to, let's say you smoke DMT, you have the experience, you can put the term elves on them or speculate that what we have in various mythologies or thought systems, elves, refers to that. I was wondering what you think about, other types of deities that people may encounter in some sort of visionary experience, either with hallucinogens or not. I mean, what do you make of that? Do you have more of an archetypal interpretation, or do you think that they exist in some hyperdimensional reality in some form? Or I'm just curious what you make of that.
I guess I have an archetypal interpretation. I recall from some book of Robert Anton Wilson's where he suggests, he says you should pray to the Blessed Virgin Mary every day and make offerings to her and put up her picture until she appears. Then switch to Shiva and do it till Shiva appears. Then Mickey Mouse. And just keep doing this until you satisfy yourself that none of these things are more real than any other, and that whatever their ontological status, they're all equal in ontological status. Apparently the human brain is far more malleable than we can conceive of or imagine. We become imprisoned within a language and an ideology, and it literally becomes our reality. And yet it isn't our reality. It's just something provisional. I've not had that experience. I prayed for years as a kid, but perhaps the Agenbite of Inuit was already present in me and making it impossible for me to succeed.
But in the case of the elves, there's sort of a cultural archetype of the elves, but at the same time you seem to be saying that there is a deeper reality that this is based on. In other words...
Well, and the DMT elves are a lot weirder than the Disney elves. The Disney elves are really sanitized. These things are pretty frightening in a way. I mean, they are if you let yourself be frightened, because they want, well, how can I put it? They play too rough. They are not mean, but they're not careful either. It's like hanging out with a gang. As long as you're their friend, you really feel, aren't I cool? Look who I'm hanging out with. But then you realize if you said the wrong word or made the wrong move, everybody would turn and look at you. And I recently wrote the introduction for a new edition of Evans Vent's book, The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries. And if you're interested in elves, this is the book to read. You all know who Evans Vance was. He was the great Tibetologist but as a student at Cambridge in 1913, before he went to Tibet, he did his doctoral thesis. 1913 this was. And he went around to Brittany and Wales and Ireland to the old, old people. I don't think he talked to anybody under 80. And he said, tell me stories about fairies. And he collected the most amazing stories about fairies and fairy encounters. And I learned from rereading that book that, you know, the Christian notion of purgatory, which is a place where you go that is neither heaven or hell, where you do time for minor infractions and then you get moved on to heaven. This idea was created, I always assumed that it was dreamed up by some bishops of Rome, some synod or something. It was dreamed up by St. Patrick to convert the pagan Irish, to convince them that fairyland was part of the Christian Mass. And he was so successful in converting the pagan Irish that when letters went back to Rome describing how he did it, purgatory became a general doctrine of the church, and then it was used very successfully to convert the pagan Slavs. So purgatory is fairyland dressed up in Christian terminology. And what is the idea of fairyland? It's the idea that the dead live all around us, linger among us as disincarnate souls, and the fairies that Evans Vance was describing were very ambiguous morally. I mean, sometimes they would only sour the milk. But, you know, their favorite concern of fairies is, UFO freaks pay attention, stealing babies. That's what fairies like to do. I don't know about surgically ripping off fetuses. That seems to be a modern touch. But in Ireland, people in the countryside do not leave babies, small babies, unattended in their cribs for fear of fairy theft. And the fairies substitute. They don't just leave an empty crib. They leave a withered, strange little creature that is supposed to fool the human beings. And whenever there is a child born who is wasting and old-looking and undersized, there's always the assumption that there was a healthy baby there, but now there's been a fairy switch. Fairies respond to riddlery. This has to do with this thing about language and the strange relationship of the Irish to intoxication, fairies, and language suggests that here we might have a restricted gene pool that has somehow indemnified itself in the direction of these peculiar concerns. Present company accepted.
What was the name of that book again?
The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries by Evans Vance. Mention at least a couple of final points, which is, you know, what is this all good for? I think what it's good for, I think the mystery that we're making our way toward, much more of which will be revealed later as we live into the next 20 years, is that we have lost connection to a very important part of reality, which I call the Gaian mind, but which I think is more popularly understood as the goddess consciousness. But the goddess is not as envisioned at Ephesus, you know, a woman studded with breasts. The goddess is the living earth. It is not to be anthropomorphosed into some kind of human or quasi-human form. And when we were taking mushrooms on the plains of Africa, before the invention of agriculture, as nomads, we were rocked in the cradle of the goddess. And the, you know, differences between men and women, between parents and children, between those who had much, if anybody had much, and those who had little, and between human beings and the animal and vegetable kingdom were minimal, because everything operated in the light of this reference experience, boundary dissolution, and a sense of the intelligence of the earth. Now we are so alienated from the intelligence of the earth that when we encounter it, we assume it came from halfway across the galaxy to rescue us. It isn't from across interstellar space. It's something that is partially in ourselves and partially in the world around us. And if we could but clear the prejudices of materialism from our approach to the world, most especially from our language, which by its subject-object bias, by its linear syntax, and by God knows what else that's built into it, hopelessly precludes us from contacting this reality. If we could clear all that away, we would discover, a dimension of immense support and affection for human beings and for our enterprises. But as long as we pursue the destruction of the earth and the elaboration of materialist ideology and the suppression of psychedelic states and the suppression of the feminine, we are going to be alienated, feel abandoned, and operate in an ambiance of rampant pathology. So, to my mind, the hallucinogens are a call to return to the archaic style, to recapture the tools, techniques, languages, and attitudes that existed and flourished on this planet, before AD 10,000. And we must do this. If we don't do this, then we are setting ourselves up for a very unhappy future. We are living in a very unhappy world. Maybe your world is not unhappy, but, tell that in Bosnia, tell it in Somalia, tell it to the AIDS-infected masses of Africa. The apocalypse is no longer a rumor. It's arrived in many parts of the world. And we, as the children, the inheritors of the culture which created this catastrophe, and as the people who are still still living on high ground, as the waters of poverty, epidemic, disease, and misery rise ever higher, have a certain obligation to respond to this. Moral decency demands it, and we can no longer tolerate the evolution of consciousness, the exploration of our relationships to each other, and the source of meaning itself to be regulated, stigmatized, and degraded by the most frightened, the least educated, the least balanced, and the least caring among us. And this is what we've got at the present moment. The male dominator mentality is in the process of running us and all life on this planet into extinction. I don't have answers. That must be clear by now. I have questions and offer techniques. And there's nothing new about these techniques. They have been around for 100,000 years. And for 90,000 of those 100,000 years, they worked very well. And we existed in harmony with the rest of nature, fully human, fully able to philosophize, argue, love, riddle, perform theater, make masks, so forth and so on. But in the last 10,000 years, we have fallen into a pathology. And it's because the umbilical connection to the mind in nature has been severed, lost, pissed away, ignored, degraded, turned away from. It is a psychedelic relationship to these plants. Without that, you are not yourself. Without that, you are half human. And this is how we behave. We behave as though, we have a soul, but it's stapled in Yeats' immensely compelling phrase to the body of a dying animal. This needs to be corrected, reconstructed, addressed. Otherwise, we are going to go into the books, if there are books, and into the cosmic record, which there surely is a cosmic record, as jerks, lame, didn't get it, couldn't put it together. And this would be a terrible legacy, because we are not going into these crises in a state of total anesthesia. We have the answers. We have the political machinery to do something about this. We have the sense of crisis. We have the goodwill and affection for each other. But we are somehow unable to put all this together in a configuration that would allow us to change our minds, admit that history was a bad idea, that science betrayed us, that it's a tale told by an idiot, and to strike out in a new direction. We're like the frog in the proverbial pot who never moves as the temperature climbs toward the boiling point. Sooner or later, you have to just get up on your hind legs and say, enough already. Now, maybe this is beginning to happen, and maybe it isn't. But it's not for us to judge as spectators at a hockey game. It's for us to get in and roll up our sleeves and participate in. Do what you think is right. Think about what you think is right. And once you've thought about it, then do it. And it doesn't have to fit in with my program or my agenda. I have a deep and abiding faith that Mother Nature will sort out the options, and from the offerings of all of us, select those that will be salvational and salutary for all the rest of us. But if you don't act, you didn't participate. I mean, this is not a road show, It's your life, your planet, your world, and the tools to reclaim it are present at hand. You've heard this now. Now you have to ask yourself, what are you going to do about it? That's really all I have to say, and we're finished.
Right.
So thank you very much.
All of these people who think that your consciousness ends at the boundary of your skin. What's the news to you about the reality of the universe you're living in? There ain't no line separating you from everything that you see. Just release your mind in the big design, and the truth will set you free. I said inner and outer space. Voices speaking inside of our brain, yeah. And then we might have to redefine what's considered insane, yeah. When inner and outer space are exactly the same. Now for all you people who think that it makes any sense to keep on building bombs, don't you think time we direct our attention to the brain behind the gun? 'Cause all that destructive energy was spawned from a spark in our mind. If we learn to tap the true source of power, there's no limit to the love we'll find. I said inner and outer space are exactly the same, yeah. I said we all hear those voices speaking inside of our brain.